Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Let's go to this one. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. I have these different shots set up, so I should probably use them the way that I actually mean to use them. Hello, welcome everyone to this Saturday afternoon, evening, morning, depending on where you are. It's afternoon for me. Let's see. I know, it's an unusual time. It's a 4:30. I usually start at like a rounded hour mark, like 4 or 5 or something, but this is probably going to be a long live stream. There's a lot to cover, so I wanted to start a bit earlier than normal, but I wasn't quite ready for 4 p.m. So here I am now. Anyway, welcome. Welcome. So far in the chat, we have Bad Lefty, Fade Away, and Cat Givens. I don't think I've seen you in the Sandbox before, both of you. So welcome. Nice to meet you. I guess this is meeting you. I don't know. Anyway, let me know how the audio is and all that sort of stuff before I get started and then have to kick myself in the butt because something was like way off or something. I am still kind of recovering from my bout with COVID. Like, I feel mostly fine. I just get a coughing fit every now and then. And that will probably linger. I'll get a lingering cough. So please bear with me if I do get into a coughing fit. I don't know, I'll cough. I have a drink with me, but that won't necessarily do anything. But like, other than the lingering cough, I feel fine. So I think I'm pretty much over it. I test negative, so yeah. C'est la vie, c'est la vie. Grand Theft Autobot, hello. Cat Given says, I usually catch you during the repeat. Okay, and got some good on the sound. Okay. Also, please forgive my chair is like super squeaky. And the mic will pick it up from time to time, and it's really annoying for me anyway. But I can't help it. I think I go through these types of chairs faster because, you know, ADHD, I have a hard time sitting still, so I'm constantly moving around in them. And I've tried like putting WD-40 on the creaks. I've tried like loosening and tightening the bolts, and I just need a new chair. So if you have the extra money sitting around, I do have one on my Amazon wish list, which is linked in the description box below, so that my chair isn't so squeaky when I am constantly moving around, because like I said, it's so noisy. I have a hard time sitting still. Oh, we got a few more people in here. Yeah, Bad Lefty, excuse me, Sandy, like Emma, if you're going to cough, you'll have to leave the building. Yes, I will just leave the planet. I'll go into orbit to do my coughing out there, because in space there is no sound. Grand Theft Autobot says, I've never heard the chair. I think for most people, it's one of those like invisible sounds, like you hear it, but you pay zero attention to it. But I know when I'm clipping videos, I'll hear it, and it bugs me. It's the same, sometimes my stomach will get really noisy and the mic will pick it up. And for the most part, again, most people won't notice it, but I notice it. So I'll have to like try to clip that out, which is why I decided not to eat anything before this live stream, because last night when I had my dinner, my stomach got really noisy and I have leftovers. So my stomach's probably going to get really noisy again. So I'm going to eat after the stream. Hello, Neo. I don't think I've seen you in the Sandbox before. Maybe I should do this time more often to get more people in the Sandbox. But before we get started on the abundance of news I have to cover today, I'll show you guys what I was doing during COVID. I worked on a drawing. And to me, I call this a low stress drawing because it's not close up on an individual, so it's not like super high detail like I normally do. I wasn't timing it. I wasn't taking progress photos of it. I was just drawing. And the drawing is of someone I know, an old friend of mine, and it's based on a photograph I took of them. But it's not identical to the photograph. I had to do some finagling with it, but it's done. And I'm really happy with how it turned out, so I'll show all you. Check this out. I think I got the cigarette smoke and everything kind of looking the way that I wanted. Maybe get a bit closer so you guys can see. So it's not super high detailed, it's still extremely detailed. Like I added in a texture to her shirt just to separate it more from the hair. Although she had like leopard print on and that one I wasn't drawing. But yeah, there was just something about this, like the smoking, the bright light from outside, the darkness inside and stuff. It really kind of, it has a vibe. Let's just say there's a definite vibe to this drawing. But she is a wonderful person. And so now that that's done, I'll probably start working on my thumper drawing again. I've shown it a bit before on the stream, but this one is like super duper high detailed because I'm doing it much larger than a normal drawing that I do, like a close-up, like a super duper close-up of the cat's face. And the reason why I'm doing it larger is because that's how you can get it more detailed, because you can work on the super tiny details and stuff. And that one I'm taking the progress photos of. And I'm also doing a long form progress video of it where I'm recording myself drawing it. And I'll eventually like get that all edited up, and I'll have to speed it up because it'll take hours and hours to do that. So I'm not going to be posting a video that's like 20 hours long on my YouTube channel. So I'll have to cut out parts like basically only when the pencil is touching the paper, and probably end up speeding it up to, I don't know. I don't know what I'll do with it, but it'll be done. And then I can decide if I'm just post it as is. The problem is that there'll be no sound to it unless I find some YouTube music to go with it. I'm also thinking of just doing like a casual live stream where we just chit chat about stuff and have it playing in the background. But we'll see. We'll see once I get it done. Anyway. Thank you people for the nice compliments on that. Bad Lefty. Not high detail, you say? I call BS. That's amazing, Sandy. Yes, it's not super duper high detail. You can't see the pupils of her eyes. But it's still pretty high detailed. But in the original drawing, she had her arm like extended with the cigarette out. So if we go back to this. So like one of the biggest changes that I had to do was her arm was actually extended and would have been out of the photo. So I had the option of doing a drawing in landscape with the arm out, but then you would have like just a whole bunch of the window here, which I didn't really feel like I wanted to just have like this big empty, like yes, there's vines and trees and leaves and stuff out the window, but I wanted it more condensed, so I had to figure out how to pull her arm in and kind of still try to make it look natural. And so I hope that worked with her hand like that. And bringing it in, I had to use like a mirror on my hand to kind of see how that looked and stuff. Yeah, but I do like how it turned out. Grand Theft Autobot, not high detail enough. I can't see every single pore on her skin. Thumbs down. Just kidding. What, you're kidding when you say something like that? Anyway, was there anything else that I wanted to get to before we actually like get into the news of the day? Because there is a fair bit. School's starting back up again. So in the universities, a lot of the, on the university campuses, a lot of the protests that were happening last year about Gaza, they're starting back up again. And so already there's significant news about that. with the University of Toronto anyway. There's some Doug Ford stuff I wanted to touch on, but then also the big headline stories that I have is the Russian interference with media. Shocking breaking news there. Of course. But this one I find interesting because it has a rather large Canadian connection. So I will be looking at it more from the Canadian standpoint, view, angle, from the Canadian angle. I'll mention just a couple things that Tim Pool said because he said something about Canada. And also, I don't want to make my channel about TYT, that's for sure, but just something blew up online recently that, again, it bothers me that they're the largest online progressive network, and some of the takes they have, they're not just bad, they're harmful. They're actively harmful. And I feel, as someone who used to be attached to the network, both as a viewer and as a contributor, I feel kind of like a responsibility to call them out on their BS. And just make some commentary about that. So, with all that said, why don't we actually just kind of get into all of it? As I get distracted by the Sandbox yet again. I always get distracted by the Sandbox. Part of it is I love conversation, so it's hard for me to just sit here and ramble. Yeah, it's hard for me to sit here and ramble to the camera for 4 hours, even though that's exactly what I do when I do these live streams. But I like interacting with people. I like responding to people, but I don't have a co-host. That's what you guys are for. You and the Sandbox, you're my co-hosts. And you're not getting paid. But I'm barely getting paid either, so one of these days when my channel like totally takes off, I'll make sure to, pass some appreciation on to the mods for keeping the Sandbox clean of turds in one way or another, some sort of compensation. But yeah. Benu in space says, I really wish I knew what was fueling TYT's reactionary turn. That turns me back to, there was a video I was planning to do, and then I kind of got sidetracked with some other projects. And I think I still want to get back to it. And the video title, I already have the video title, is called the Anna Kasparian Pendulum. And it will get more into the whys and stuff. So it's not about Anna specifically, but it's about what happens when you have like these progressive voices out there start swinging more to the right. And she claims she's not on the left, and I believe her. Like, she says that she doesn't have like a political home anymore, and that's the thing. When you're a pendulum, you're constantly moving, so you're going to have some takes that are on the left and some takes that are on the right. And right now there's a poll going where that medium is shifting more and more to the right. So there's still going to be left-wing takes, but there'll be fewer and far in between. But it becomes more centrist and more right-wing in some of her takes. And part of that is because the right wing is very welcoming to her, saying, you're one of us, your freedom of speech, you're so brave for doing what you're doing, and on and on and on. Whereas people on the left are more like, what are you doing? These are horrible takes. Why won't you listen? And so as somebody who just maybe doesn't like negative attention, you get drawn towards more of that positive reinforcement. So it's human nature to some extent to want to go that route. But I'm like, I would never do that, but that's partly, I think, because of autism. I tend not to care what other people think. But yeah, it's a whole thing. So the video isn't about like Anna specifically, but it will get into it. And then there was a couple podcasts and stuff that she was on that I actually meant to do some commentary on that I never did. So I will, because, debunking a lot of these transphobic talking points, especially when it comes to the term birthing person, is something that is personal to me. And I feel there's always a good time to kind of debunk some of these arguments. Anyway, why don't we actually get on to the news of the day. And so I'm going to start off with the University of Toronto getting back into the swing of things. So last year they had one of the longest and largest pro-Palestinian encampments on their grounds. And there were issues, of course. There was some violence, but that was usually done by security and Zionists coming to cause trouble. It was a predominantly peaceful protest, but politicians were calling them out. One politician was like, oh, this looks a little Hamasy to me, all this language and stuff they're using, pointing to a chalk drawing on a sidewalk that said, Free Palestine. Clearly, that's what it said. And so there was a lot of controversy around that. And eventually the courts got involved and they shut the encampment down. So instead of like digging in and forcing the police to remove them, they didn't want that scene. They didn't want that brutality. So they agreed to take the tents down and leave the grounds. But now that the school season is starting up again, a lot of the protests that you saw got shut down last year, they're going to start back up again. And I'm all for that, because we still have a prime minister, Justin Trudeau, who is very apologetic to Netanyahu and the Israeli government. And even after all the evidence, all the video, all the reports, the doctors coming back talking about the horrendous acts that are happening, what's happening to the people, the lack of care, the Israeli government stating exactly what they're doing, the ICC coming out and saying that this is a probable genocide, and these are the IC coming out and saying that Israel needs to leave the West Bank and Gaza because they're an occupying force, and just so much. He still is so, well, Israel has a right to defend itself. So let's get into this, shall we? So this is Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East. You can't say you're committed to a peaceful future in the Middle East while allowing the transfer of Canadian weapons to Israeli military amid a genocide. When asked, he hasn't imposed a real arms embargo on Israel or cut off diplomatic ties in response to Israel's slaughter of children and students. Justin Trudeau put the blame on Hamas and said that Israel has a right to defend itself, thanks to the journalists who pressed Trudeau on his failure to take genocide seriously. So yes, this is very recent. In fact, there's a second clip that I'll be showing from this exact press conference about Jagmeet Singh no longer keeping ties with the Liberal government, and Jagmeet is the leader of the federal NDP. And so this was all part of the same press conference. So this is super recent that Justin Trudeau is saying that. Now, also, I want to point out that they're saying he hasn't imposed a real arms embargo. And that's because a while back, there was a push in the government. And so they finally made one concession when they're like, okay, we'll stop any future arms contracts. Future, way future. But all the current contracts are still going through. It's the type of wordplay the Liberals love to do. But let's get on to this, what he said.
I know that there are a lot of students and parents and teachers.
Oh, sorry. This isn't plugged in properly, so I'm hearing it through the speakers. Just a sec. It causes a really annoying echo when I try to clip them later on if I'm hearing it through the speakers and not through my earpiece. So here we go again.
I know that there are a lot of students and parents and teachers and a lot of people across the country who are wondering why, given the compassion we have for our own children here, the Canadian government remains complicit in the slaughter of civilians, including children and students in Palestine. What do you say to all the students who are watching, wondering why Canada hasn't done more to end that violence?
First of all, that's a really good question from the reporter. I'm glad that we finally have a reporter out there just kind of like really calling it out for what it is. Because so often the reporters are still kind of framing all the stories from the perspective of the Israeli government.
We have been calling for a ceasefire since December. We need to see an end to the violence.
Since December. The genocide started in October. Should have called for a ceasefire right off the bat. If there was an actual ceasefire in the early weeks of October, a lot of the hostages that are currently deceased that Israel claims to care about so much would still be alive.
We need to see a return of the hostages. We need to see Hamas lay down its arms and stop using Palestinian children and civilians as shields.
Hamas isn't using Palestinian civilians as human shields. That would imply that, it'd be useful, that it would make them less of a... Israel doesn't care. They don't care. They will bomb a hospital claiming Hamas is in it with civilians in it. They don't care. And for Hamas to lay down their arms, what exactly have they done since the beginning of all of this? How much fighting back have they been doing? With what army? They're not the ones that need to lay down their arms. They're the ones that are willing to have a ceasefire. It's Netanyahu who refuses to have that. It's Netanyahu who refuses to stop the bombing and the killing.
We need to see the Israeli government abide by international law and rules, and we need an immediate ceasefire. We need to get back on that path towards a two-state solution where a peaceful, secure Israel lives alongside a peaceful, secure Palestinian state. That is the work that Canada has been doing on the world stage for many months. That is what...
No, we haven't. No, we haven't. As far as I know, Justin Trudeau hasn't said anything about the incursions onto the West Bank that recently happened. And he doesn't say anything about individual Palestinians that have been targeted and killed. But, he tweets out about the 6 Israeli hostages that were killed. But no mention of any individual Palestinians.
We are going to continue to do, to push for that two-state solution.
Follow-up. It hasn't really been having an impact, though, and a lot of people have been saying for months that the Canadian government should unequivocally condemn Israel, cut diplomatic ties, and categorically have an...
You see, I'm nodding along with the reporter because I'm like, yeah, that should happen. But Justin Trudeau there is nodding along like, I hear you, and I already have an answer plan that I'm going to say to this because, I'm nodding my head to let you know that I am hearing you, but I'm not listening to you.
Arms embargo, including sending weapons and arms goods to other countries like the United States. We know they're getting stuff from Quebec that are then being sent to Israel to bomb Palestinians. Why haven't you put an end to that?
Israel has a right to defend itself.
He's still saying it. He's still saying it. Israel has a right to defend itself. The official number is over 40,000, but they've basically stopped counting. Unofficial numbers are close to 200,000 people dead in Gaza. I suspect the number's much higher. But when you have entire families and communities buried under rubble where there's no one left to report them even as missing, the amount of death that is currently in Gaza, it's inconceivable. This isn't defense. Israel isn't defending itself by slaughtering all these innocent people. They're committing a genocide. And for Justin Trudeau to still say, well, Israel has a right to defend themselves is a whole lot of fucking bullshit. Like, I don't know how we can have any leaders that, you know, purport to care about international humanitarian law that would still say something like that, unless they're so far up the ass of Netanyahu, they could, like, I don't know, brush his teeth with their tongue type thing. I don't know. It's just, it's disgusting that Justin Trudeau would still be saying this.
In accordance with international law. On October 7th of last year, they lived through one of the most horrific terrorist attacks in history.
Going back to October 7th and the most horrific terrorist attacks in his... What exactly has Israel been doing? You know, over 1,000 people died on October 7th. Ooh, it was bad, you know, I'm not arguing that. Hundreds of thousands of people are now dead in Gaza. How is that not a terrorist attack? But you go back to October 7th still? This isn't about October 7th anymore. This is about the people struggling to survive in Gaza. And Canada is propping up the government that is committing this genocide.
And we need to continue to stand for peace, for Israelis, for Palestinians in the region long into the future. That's why we're calling on Hamas to lay down its arms. That's why we're calling for Israel to abide by international law. That's why we're calling for an immediate ceasefire so that we can get massive amounts of humanitarian aid to end the ongoing tragedies that are happening in Gaza right now. This is an incredibly difficult situation that has repercussions, tangible repercussions on millions of Canadians who are worried about the rise in hatred here at home, who are worried about sending their kids to school as the new school year starts in universities and high schools across the country.
Just to be clear, he's talking specifically about Jewish people who feel threatened when they see a pro-Palestinian encampment, peaceful encampment, let's just say like a peaceful protest, and some Zionist students who then feel threatened by that. That's what he's talking about. He's not talking about the Palestinians that are going to school here who have literally had dozens of family members wiped out.
We need to remember who we are as Canadians, which is fighting for our values of peace, openness, and understanding, putting aside the hate, and being committed to a peaceful future in the Middle East where a secure Israel lives alongside a secure and internationally recognized Palestinian state.
Next question. It sounds like you're downplaying the significance of genocide, or what could very well be genocide.
Thank you.
You don't want to speak to the genocide piece?
Next question. You got two questions. There's a whole bunch of other journalists. I look forward to hearing from them as well. Thank you.
Such a smug-ass grin right there. Sorry, you got your questions in. Only allowed 2 questions. Haha, you didn't ask that one first. Such a smug-ass grin right there. So here we have Samira, and she is a journalist, and she's been following a lot of what was happening on the encampment last year, and now she's following through with that. And so here is one of the first protests.
Free Palestine! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! The students united will never be defeated! The students united will never be defeated! The students united will never be defeated! The students united will never be defeated!
And oh, I don't think I wanted that one right away. Oh, this one. I had these out of order. There we go. Let's do this.
Palestine! silence. 3, discourse divest. Now, 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 now. 1, we are the students. 2, we won't be silenced. 3, discourse divest. Now, 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 now. LeftoftheBox, pick a side. LeftoftheBox, pick a side. Justice or genocide. Justice or genocide. Justice or genocide. Justice or genocide.
So, again, peaceful protest march. And then what happens? So, more of the protests in the building. So, yeah, they're in the building, they're making noise, they're bringing attention to themselves. That's kind of what protests are for. That's, you know, they're not going to be convenient. They're going to be an inconvenience for a lot of people, but they're not threatening anyone. They're not preventing people from moving around. They're not, you know, endangering anyone by having this protest. And, you know, some people say, well, it's very disturbing for, you know, the other kids that are trying to go to class. And it's like, yeah, protests are supposed to be disruptive, but no one's being harmed by what they're doing. But harm is happening. Again, it's not from the protesters. It's from the cops. So we just saw them in the building. Here are the police removing them from the building. And as you can see, the police are getting a lot more aggressive with shoving and manhandling the students. So the chant that they're doing is actually, you know, it's actually quite catchy. TPS, KKK, IDF, you're all the same. TPS being Toronto Police Service. Being very aggressive with the students, shoving them, throwing them down for having a peaceful protest in the building. And there were also counter-protesters who are, let's just say, really horrible people.
Are you expecting a lot of people? Morning.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. You're here to counter-protest?
Yes.
You're not students here, obviously.
I'm not.
No.
And they have 39 groups behind them that are not students.
Yeah.
Only they were all students that were protesting. Maybe some outside people, but the vast majority of them were actually students and people connected to what is happening in Gaza, you know, losing friends and family members.
Yeah. What do you know which ones they are?
I know as it's going on, but
You see, I love that kind of response there. I interrupted it, so let's go back just a moment.
I'm not. And they have 39 groups behind them that are not students.
Yeah. What do you know which ones they are?
I'll know as it's going on, but
Yeah, so who are these groups that you're talking about that are supporting the students? The 39 groups. That's a very specific number. So how many of those can you name that are behind the students, propping them up?
Are you expecting a lot of people?
Yeah.
I recognize you though. You were in driving that Rebel News truck.
Yep.
Yeah, I covered this when it happened a while ago, and it was all in the news. There was a Rebel News truck with like these LED boards or whatever, with some extraordinarily Islamophobic messaging on it, basically saying that Canada is getting invaded by Muslims. And is this the Canada you want? And it was all in the news, and apparently this is the person who was driving that truck that was funded by Rebel Media, which is a right-wing extremist media outlet. Can't say I'm surprised that he would be showing up here.
So here we have Mayor Weinstein, or Meyer Weinstein, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. And then that gentleman who was driving the Rebel News truck. You can see on his hat the symbol of Meir Kahanism. That is the Jewish terrorist that killed dozens of Palestinians. He's a representative of the JDL, the Jewish Defense League. Jewish Defense League is on the FBI's terror list, and they have shown up to agitate today as students and faculty return onto the lawn. The JDL is on the FBI's terror watch list, and they are now on the U of T's campus. There is Meyer Weinstein.
Here comes security, special constables. What, are they going to remove them? Are they going to manhandle them?
As I said, this is the game of pensioners. None of these people are students. They are not alumni. Look how friendly they are. Look how friendly they are with a known terror group. Wonderful.
Yeah. So just again, Rebel News online truck driver is the same man I filmed at Occupy U of T. He was wearing the logo of a terrorist organization, Jewish Defense League, and its founder terrorist, Meir Kane. Yeah. Oh, so here's the Rebel News truck that was driving around Toronto. So just, it was saying things like not a citizen. It was showing images of people in prayer and saying they must be stopped, that they're, you know, what are you willing to do to stop them? They must go. Yeah. So the driver of that truck was showing up at U of T. I don't think he's a student. Just saying. And then we also have a counter protest march.
This is the vigilante organization that prowls around now on the University of Toronto campus. They are a vigilante group. Not sure what they're doing here among the students and faculty. J-Force, it says. J-Force. Perhaps they couldn't pass the test to become police, and now this is their lot in life.
Yeah, I don't think those are students either. And then a little bit more. So again, from Samira. So please follow Samira on the Hostile Fart Sauna if you're there. Let's just see. She also has a Patreon that you can go check out. Samira at onthemedia.org. Just, you know, support a journalist that is, you know, doing a lot of good work. Let's get to this.
Here during the Shabbat on Friday with his flag threatening people. That is the flag of the Jewish terrorist organization.
Waving the flag, just waving a terrorist hate symbol. And yet, this, where's the pushback on this? But if you write in chalk on the sidewalk, Palestine will be free. Oh, that's anti-Semitic terrorism right there.
The Jewish terrorists, perhaps it's a mom and son team here.
We would like there to be peaceful relations with the Islamic community.
They have now all arrived on campus. That is a terrorist flag there.
Is to murder
The
all
flag
Jews.
of the JDL. For some reason, the security guard keeps covering the flag that I'm trying to film. Not sure why he's doing that. This was the same kid that was...
So look at these students here. Yeah, students right there, you know, doing the counter protest. University, yeah, those they went all the way to university to do their these students at the university.
This was the same kid that was during the Shabbat service on Friday, was here with the same flag.
So I'm not familiar with a lot of symbolism and stuff, but I did notice there's certain tattoos on this police officer, and it's not a terribly warm day. You see lots of people in this footage with long sleeves. So this officer has intentionally rolled up his sleeves to show off these tats. And I'm not entirely sure, like this one, it's... From what I can read, it's some scripture, like religious scripture. But I'm not, like I said, I'm not terribly familiar with the symbolism. It wouldn't surprise me if it turns out that that is something that wouldn't be very flattering, you know, that yeah.
He just keeps covering the flag. I'm not sure why. Wearing a balaclava and holding the terrorist flag of the JDL here. Probably Meyer Kahan supporter. Pardon? Kawabunga. Kawabunga.
Yeah, all those students there. And so she was saying, yeah, for the first time since students at Occupy U of T departed, if not now, org and Jews Say No are holding their Shabbat ceremony inside the People's Circle for Palestine. The Palestine Solidarity encampment was up for 63 days at the University of Toronto. And so this was the gathering she said that other guy was harassing them at.
More than a month ago, the first Shabbat ceremony is being held here.
And just peaceful demonstrations, peaceful shows of solidarity, and look at how the police treat them.
Here on the lawn of the University of Toronto since the encampment, the People's Circle for Palestine, was shut down a little more than a month ago. Jews say no to genocide.
And I want to focus on Heather McPherson. So in getting to know your politicians of Canada, Heather McPherson is MP for Edmonton Strathcona, and she is NDP MP. And she had some thoughts about what's happening with Gaza, and she actually had some strong words that I wish Jagmeet Singh would actually say, which he hasn't as far as I know, and much more bold than anything Justin Trudeau would ever say.
Hey everyone, I am in the Montreal airport and I Before I get on my plane to head back to Edmonton, I just wanted to tell you a little bit about my day-to-day. I stopped by the Montreal riding of La Salle and Verdun, and I met so many people today, so many people who are disappointed and frustrated by Justin Trudeau and the Liberal government. You know, the lack of courage and concrete action to prevent a genocide in Gaza and to push for the protection of human rights, for peace and justice for everyone in the region are definitely amongst the frustrations people have expressed to me. And New Democrats share that frustration. You know, Trudeau has the power to act and he's choosing not to. He failed to end arms transfers to Netanyahu. He failed to sanction Netanyahu's war cabinet. He failed to recognize the state of Palestine as 145 other countries have done. He's failed to stand up for international law and for human rights for everyone. You know, we've ended the deal with the Liberals because they lack the moral backbone and courage, in fact, the humanity to take action in the face of the genocide. So right now, in this by-election, people can vote for someone, people can vote for a party that will fight for human rights. People can vote for Craig Sauvé, and people can vote for the NDP.
So, a lot stronger words than I've heard come from Jagmeet Singh when it comes to this issue, and she is rightly calling out Justin Trudeau for his lack of action. Now, she also mentioned something about a deal with the Liberal government being torn up. We'll get to that in just a sec. But first, let's check the Sandbox. I will get the other one, the other shot, ready to go. Is this it? No, that's it. Okay. So, let's check the Sandbox. Hello, MIDI doctors. Bad Lefty. Loons will demand to be paid in 6-hour videos, Sandy. I still have not done a 5-hour long live stream, and it's not like it's a goal of mine to hit that. Like, ideally, when I was first starting these, I was thinking 2.5 hours. But do you know what? There's a lot of news happening in Canada that really should be covered. Let's see. Bad Lefty calling a ceasefire while selling ammo. Yeah. Banu in space. Whoa, good job with the question. I don't know if you were being sarcastic towards Justin Trudeau or if you were being complimentary towards me in answering your question about TYT. I think both work. Both work. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot, history is watching Trudeau and it will be massively unkind to you and Biden and Netanyahu, the modern day Hitler. Yeah, it's these monsters aren't going to stay hidden in history. And even if they have done some good, it doesn't make up for all the horrific things that they are doing. Like, I know there was recently another kind of thing online with Winston Churchill and people actually pointing out, no, he was a monster, like doing a good thing during the Second World War. That was just a good thing, but overall, he was a monster. And, you know, Justin Trudeau can pass means-tested dental care and half measures here and there to make the lives of some few Canadians a little bit better. That doesn't make up for participating in a genocide. And Bad Lefty saying that hat has the logo of a sanctioned terror group, and then right after that, that was confirmed by the reporter. I don't know if Rebel News is Zionist, Benu. They were definitely being Islamophobic with what they were doing. And if, propping up Zionists helps with their Islamophobia, I think they'd be more than happy to do that. But when it comes down to what they actually think of Jewish people, it's probably not that great. Grand Theft Autobot J-Force? Yeah, it sounds really lame. Uh, let's see. Grand Theft Autobot saying, agreed, Sandy. Jeffrey Dahmer does not automatically become a good person if somehow find out once he helped an old lady cross the street. Okay, well, let's get into what Heather McPherson was saying about the deal with the Liberal government and what that means for Canada and potential election coming up and around the corner. Maybe, possibly, we'll see. So here, Nora, who is a really good journalist as well, just mentioning the NDP could have done this over a political question. The NDP could have done this over the Liberal support of Israel, for example. Instead, they were just like, let's do it because vibes are good. So this was released from Jagmeet Singh, and the timing, everything about it was just really sad. Really, like, his political instinct sucks. It absolutely sucks. But let's see this deal is done video.
Threat of Pierre Poilievre. Today, I notified the Prime Minister that I've ripped up the supply and confidence agreement. Canadians are fighting a battle for the future of the middle class. Justin Trudeau has proven again and again he will always cave to corporate greed. The Liberals have let people down. They don't deserve another chance. There is an even bigger battle ahead. The threat of Pierre Poilievre and conservative cuts from workers, retirees, from young people, from patients, from families. He will cut in order to give more to big corporations and wealthy CEOs. The fact is, the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people. They cannot be the change. They cannot restore the hope. They cannot stop the conservatives. But we can.
No, the NDP can't. They can't, not with Jagmeet Singh as leader. And even if they were to get a new leader right now that does motivate the base and everything of that sort, it still probably wouldn't happen in the next election. Like, unless that person was just beyond charismatic and able to speak to the people and things of that sort, there's no possible way the NDP will win. I'm in the mind frame this next federal election, whenever it is. Yeah, it's all strategic voting. In your riding, if the Liberals are more likely to win, vote Liberal. If the NDP is more likely to win, vote the NDP. Maybe we'll get in their minority Liberal government or a majority Liberal government. The key thing is we have to keep the conservatives out. And we'll get into some of the reasons why in a little bit. But if you watch any of my videos, you know there's a whole list of reasons why the conservatives shouldn't get into power. But this is just, it's so frustrating because we can't get these groups to work together. What I would like to see is something similar to what happened in France, where it's like, okay, so we have these ridings where the conservatives are going to win, but if you add the votes together of the Liberal and the NDP candidate, that would be more votes than the conservative. So why don't you have the candidate with the least amount of the Liberal or the NDP votes drop out of the race, so then they can all get behind one candidate that would then beat the conservative? Like, that would be ideal to see. That would be good work on the party, but we'll get into the whole again. Every election, it goes, oh, don't split your vote. You know, don't vote for the NDP because then you'll let the conservatives in. And they'll say this even in NDP strongholds, that you shouldn't vote for the NDP because you're just splitting the leftist vote. So frustrating.
Next federal election, Canadians will choose between Pierre Poilievre's callous cuts or hope. Hope that when we stand united, we win. That Canada's middle class will once again...
When we stand united, as I'm mentioning how we are no longer united with the Liberal government,
again thrive together. In Canada, we take care of our neighbors. That's who we are. I've embraced that value my whole life. I'm running for Prime Minister because together we can and will stop conservative cuts. We can deliver relief and restore hope, fix healthcare, build homes you can afford, stop price gouging. It's always impossible until it isn't. It can't be done until someone does it. If we're together, nothing is impossible. And we won't let them tell us it can't be done. Big corporations and wealthy CEOs have had their government. It's the people's time.
So apparently this ad was in the making for a couple weeks now. They didn't release it, you know, when like Heather McPherson was saying, you know, the genocide and the Liberal government propping up the genocide and stuff. You know, they didn't split ties with the Liberal government then. They didn't split ties over so many good, legitimate reasons that would have really made a point. Instead, they just kind of put it together and they released it now. And so they started working on this, like I said, a couple of weeks ago, but then just recently, Pierre Poilievre is like demanding that the NDP sever its agreement with the Liberal government. And then suddenly the NDP severs its agreement with the Liberal government. Now, the two are not related, but the timing was really bad. It was really bad. And it's just, like I said, it's so frustrating that we can't get these groups to actually work together. And it's the same when you come to like provincial and federal politics. You'll never get them working together if, you know, one's conservative and one's liberal. You know, they're always working to block the other side from getting any gains. And so much good could be done in this country if we actually had a government that worked for the people instead of their own self-interests. So Justin Trudeau responded to this. And this is part of that press conference he was having with that had the question from the reporter about the take on the genocide in Gaza. And so this was earlier in that press conference.
Right now, let's go to Rocky Harbour, Newfoundland. This is where Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is speaking.
As people step up. These are the kinds of things that Canadians are looking for. As I traveled across the country this summer, people talk to me about making ends meet. They talk to me about the high cost of rent and the need for more housing. They talk to me about the environment and climate change and the impacts of it. And these are the things that we're focused on. I'll let others focus on politics, but I will point out that I really...
Sorry, what? Justin, you're a politician. I would think you would focus on politics. That's kind of your job description, is to focus on politics.
Cost of rent and the need for more housing. They talk to me about the environment and climate change and the impacts of it. And these are the things that we're focused on. I'll let others focus on politics, but I...
But everything you just listed, it's defined by political policy. It is politics. It's all politics. You're going to let others work on the politics part. Well, what? You work on housing and cost of living and groceries that are all connected to political policy? Really?
Will point out that I really hope the NDP stays focused on how we can deliver for Canadians, as we have over the past years, rather than focusing on politics.
How dare you focus on politics? We're going to focus on delivering for Canadians. Don't you dare focus on politics, even though we're politicians and it's literally our job. He's like just is normally a little bit more on point than that, but like I don't know if he could hear himself speaking in that moment to be like, yeah, we shouldn't be focusing on politics. We should just be focusing on everything that has to do with politics.
Follow up.
What will become of the programs that you announced as part of the agreement that you had with the NDP, such as pharmacare and dental care?
Well, we have delivered on dental care. 500,000 Canadian seniors have now accessed dental care just in the past.
Means tested dental care. Just putting it out there. It has benefited some Canadians, which is good, but it is means tested dental care. It doesn't help the majority of people who need that help. It just helps a small group of Canadians.
Few months, despite Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives' opposition to it every step of the way, 500,000 Canadian seniors have now had dental care, many for the first time in decades. This is a program that has helped Canadians. We still have work to do to continue rolling out dental care, and I hope the NDP will continue to fight for that.
So why has it been decades and there's been no dental care? Who's been in power for all that time, Justin? Like, it wasn't just the Liberals, it was also the Conservatives, but neither party, up until this point, had even means-tested dental care on the books. And it's only now because Jagmeet Singh was propping up the Liberal government that they were able to squeak this one through. And so it's not like Jagmeet did all bad propping up the Liberal government, but he didn't go nearly far enough. He didn't really, again, his political instinct sucks. And the last time we were in the situation where we had the NDP propping up the Liberal government, we got what we know today as our universal health care. But Jagmeet just let this opportunity to really push and get dental care, pharmacare, all of that. He really failed to push to get that through. I don't know if there was much more of this that we need to see.
This fall, we're going to be moving forward on making sure that nobody has to choose between paying for groceries or rent or paying for much needed insulin. Pharmacare is going to become a reality as we...
Again, when he says pharmacare, he doesn't actually mean like a universal pharmacare. It's a couple drugs that will no longer be charged to people. It's not actually like universal pharmacare.
Work on that in the House, and I hope the NDP stays focused on that. As a government, we're going to stay focused on delivering for Canadians.
Is he talking about politics? Tisk, Justin.
Time where people need that. We have, and the Bank of Canada announcement today underscored that, we have the...
So that was the main points with that. So what does this mean? Does this mean that Canada is barreling towards an election right now? No. Really, what we have to do now is wait for a vote of no confidence or a budget bill vote. And then if the NDP doesn't support the Liberal government in that, then that would trigger an election. But the NDP no longer having this alliance, this agreement with the Liberals doesn't automatically trigger an election. Now, election was called for next October of next year. And I imagine what's most likely going to happen is we're going to have a spring election. That it will be bumped up because of this. But I don't think it's like an immediate, in the next few months election. Of course, anything's possible. Like, Justin has the ability to call for an election at any point. But I don't think he will. And I really hope not, because we're already getting election fatigue because of the amount of Canadians that are paying attention to what's happening in the United States. And that election does have, implications up here. So it is important for us to pay attention to it. But quite often our elections line up, and then we also get like a provincial election thrown in that as well. And then it's like everyone's just so sick and tired of elections. Nobody's paying attention. Nobody goes out and votes, which is super frustrating. So this doesn't mean that there's bound to be an election right now. I would love to see a new leader step in for Jagmeet Singh before then, which is not going to happen, unfortunately. I don't necessarily rule out Justin Trudeau not running to be the next prime minister. And I hope he doesn't, because the chances of the Liberals winning with him on the ticket is a lot less. And it's not that I'm a fan of Justin Trudeau, which I'm definitely not. I would still recommend people vote for him over Pierre Poilievre. It's just Pierre Poilievre is so much worse, as we will get into. Now, Pierre Poilievre also had a response to this breaking of ties between the NDP and the Liberal government. After all, he did call for Jagmeet to end that agreement. Now, there's going to be something happening in this live stream I don't think I've ever done before, where I am actually going to defend Pierre Poilievre, not once, but twice. I'm actually, I didn't think this day would come, but there's actually two things where I'm like, that's not quite fair. That's not quite fair. Are you just like gripping the sides of your seats now, wondering what those things are? Well, you'll see. You'll see. So this is part of the statement from Pierre Poilievre about what was happening.
Sellout Singh betrayed the workers. Sellout Singh betrayed the workers.
So he's already using those stupid tactics of let's pick some cheesy schoolyard bully names for the other side or whatever. Donald Trump does this a lot too, where he picks some sort of catchy name. And so with Jagmeet Singh, it's now Sellout Singh. Ooh, snazzy. Did you have like a round table at an elementary school to come up with that?
Who thought he would stand up for them. Instead, he has stood up for Trudeau, allowing Trudeau to double our debt and cause the worst inflation in 40 years.
A lot of the inflation that we've been dealing with, it's not restricted to Canada. It's a global issue. It's, there was a thing that happened a little while ago called a pandemic, a worldwide pandemic that had a global impact on the economies and stuff. And I'm not entirely sure he's doubled the debt. However, if you go to any province right now that is currently run by conservative governments, the debts have exploded. Absolutely ballooned out of control.
A third of Canadians now say they consider leaving Canada. 2 million line up at food banks.
I'm sorry. I need to pull off one of what he does to a lot of other people, like the reporters, and it's like, who wants to leave Canada right now? Can you name them? Like, who you say a third, 2/3 of Canadians want to leave Canada? Who are these Canadians that want to flee the country? Can you name them? Where do they want to go? I personally look around at my options, and, as I've said plenty of times, I'm not proud to be Canadian, but I am grateful to be Canadian because I'm aware of the privileges and stuff I get because I live in this country and I am a Canadian citizen. I can't imagine there are many other countries that I would actually want to live in. So Who are these people that want to leave the country?
Debt and cause the worst inflation in 40 years. A third of Canadians now say they consider leaving Canada. 2 million line up at food banks. 2/3 of kids, young people, and families who don't own homes believe they never will.
He's a landlord. He's a millionaire landlord. Pierre Poilievre. He's a millionaire landlord. And he used to be a housing minister and caused housing catastrophes back when with the last Conservative government. He really needs to maybe keep his mouth shut on this subject.
In Canada, we never imagined that it would be so bad that hospitals would have coolers full of dead bodies because...
What?
Hospitals would have coolers full of dead bodies because family members can't afford burials or...
Again, I have to do this. Which hospitals have coolers full of dead bodies because Canadians can't pay for funerals? And what does that have to do with the federal government? You know, healthcare is more provincially run. Which hospitals have these coolers full of bodies for people who can't afford funerals? Just name one. Name one. Cite the source. Can you do that, Pierre? Can you?
Cremations. But that's what Justin Trudeau and Jagmeet Singh, sellout Singh, have delivered. And then on food prices, well, food prices, I think we've got a CBC, oh my goodness, CBC's microphone is falling down. What do you know? Who would have thought that I'd be holding on to the CBC logo here today? I'll give that to you. I don't know if that... everything is broken in Canada after 9 years of the NDP Liberals, including the CBC microphone.
Okay, this is literally like one of my defenses of him. That was probably the most human moment he's ever had. Like, some people are mocking him saying, oh, well, the mic falling down, it threw him off and stuff like that. But he actually responded to it, I think, in the most human-like way I've ever seen him act. And I say this because I've been to political events before, and at one of them, there were people up on stage giving their speeches, and it was at a church that had like these weird light switches, and somebody accidentally like leaned on them and the lights would go off. And this happened a couple times, and every time it happened, the people who were talking and giving their speech made no acknowledgement of it whatsoever. They didn't say anything. They just kept talking like the lights were still on. And so for him to actually acknowledge the mic and make a cute little joke about it, like everything's falling apart in Canada, including the CBC mic, ha ha ha. You know what? That is probably the most human thing I've ever seen him do. And that is one defense of him in this live stream. The next one will be coming up in a little while.
And now, sellout Singh has pulled a stunt. The sellout Singh stunt today, where he came out and claimed that he was wrong, that the coalition was a bad, costly idea, but he refuses to commit to voting for a carbon tax election. So my message to sellout Singh is this. If you're serious about ending your costly carbon tax coalition with Trudeau, then commit today to voting for a carbon tax election at the earliest confidence vote in the House of Commons. That way we can have a carbon tax election where Canadians will...
Sorry, his shirt is confusing me. He had it open, what? Okay, that's just, it seems a little, I don't know, the flow of the words on it don't make much sense to me, because for me it would be like, axe the tax like in that order, but he has it going around. Like, I'm just being nitpicky here, but it's a stupid t-shirt. It's a stupid t-shirt because a lot of people in Canada, including conservatives, don't realize how much they like the carbon tax because of the rebates they get. And when conservatives stop getting those rebates, I think they might be a little upset. But somehow Pierre Poilievre will still blame it on Justin Trudeau that they're no longer getting the rebates once they've decided to axe the tax.
Tax election at the earliest confidence vote in the House of Commons. That way we can have a carbon tax election where Canadians will decide between the costly coalition of Trudeau and sellout Singh that tax your food, punish your work, take your money, double your housing costs, and unleash crime and drugs on your street.
All of those were wrong. All of them. Like, a lot of the issues around, like, groceries and stuff, that's corporations that need to be rung in. You know, the crime he's talking about. Again, cite the source. Where are these crime increases? Can you name them? Can you say which city is suffering from them right now? Anything? Anything? You're always demanding that reporters be super specific, so why don't you? Where are you getting your information from?
Or common sense conservatives who will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. And so do.
Yeah, none of the above.
Sellout Singh.
And if you want to see another really good video about, oops, no, not yet. I gotta do this first. There. If you want to see another really good video about this topic, The Rational National, David Dole, also covered it in a video that is almost 25 minutes long. And he goes into a lot of details and a lot of sources, and I'm in the wrong screen, darn it. I meant to do that. See, I have all these fancy windows set up to look a little bit more, you know, streamlined, a little bit more professional, and then I totally hit the wrong window. But yeah, he did a really good job covering this as well, and went into some details, and again pointing out how Pierre Poilievre is just like the worst. Like, Pierre Poilievre voted against the school lunch program. Let's see. Yeah, corporate lobbyists are flocking to see Pierre Poilievre's cash for access fundraisers. I've touched on this article before as well. Just, yeah, he's the worst. And here is actually David citing some sources and talking about, you know, inflation and things of that sort, and showing like where we sat in the global world and stuff. You know, something that if Pierre Poilievre had to acknowledge, you know, it wouldn't be the selling feature he thinks it is, and all that sort of stuff. So you can go and check out that video as well. Now, I'm not quite done with this story. There is something else that I just kind of like, really. See, a little while ago, I posted a clip from a live stream I did where I was covering a really horrible ad from Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives, where almost none of the stock footage used was Canadian. It was just like the worst ad possible. Like, it's almost like they went out of their way to find stock footage that wasn't Canadian. And it was ridiculous. And it was mocked to high end. It was so bad. The Conservatives actually took that ad down. But it's on the internet, so it's there forever. And other people had it saved and stuff. But that's how bad it was. And Jagmeet Singh at the time called it out, and because it's an easy thing to call out and all that sort of stuff. And so maybe pay a little bit more attention then. NDP used stock video from Russia weeks after decrying Tories for doing the same thing. So that video we just watched of Jagmeet Singh saying, this is why we're splitting ties with the Liberals, that included stock footage from Russia. The New Democrats included stock images from Russia and Israel in a recent high-profile video weeks after the party criticized conservatives for using non-Canadian images in their content. NDP leader Jagmeet Singh announced in a video message Wednesday he was ending a supply and confidence deal with the Liberal government while accusing conservatives' policies of hurting Canadians, including retirees and families. The video then flashes to a stock video of two seniors sitting at a table looking at their laptop. The Canadian press independently verified from several stock image sites, including Getty Images, that the video originated from Russia. The two seniors are also featured in photographs on the website for a Russian university, which says they are faculty members there. We obtained the image from North American Stock Image Service, the New Democrat said in a statement about Russian content. Nowhere did the service mention where the video was taken. We'll take better care in the future. If it was that easy for the Canadian press to figure out that that was stock footage from Russia, how was it so difficult for you to figure out that was stock image from Russia? Like, I get that you have to buy stock images and stuff like that, but seriously, for the frames that they buy, is it that impossible to take your cell phone to the cafeteria and get that image? Make sure it's Canadian, Just, it's really, like, again, Jagmeet Singh's political instinct sucks. And then you get things like this, like the NDP as a party. They have individuals within that are fantastic, but the organization as a whole really has just kind of fallen apart. And it's not the party it used to be. So the video also featured a family sitting down for breakfast, an image the Shutterstock website says comes from a production company based in Israel. Yeah, don't really need to read the rest of this, but it's just, again, of all the places for this stock footage to come from, Russia? I don't know, maybe Russia's in the news for other reasons right now, and this looks really sad and not great to have stock footage from Russia in one of your videos right now because of other breaking news that I'm about to cover. But of all the other places to have stock footage from right now, it's Russian. Oh, it's almost like they're trying to fail. Because yes, the next story I'm about to dive into is the whole Russian influence thing. But before we get to that, let's check the Sandbox as I get my screen ready to go with the Russian interference stuff. There we go. So let's check the Sandbox. My squeaky, squeaky chair. Bugging me. People talking about, I guess, Winston Churchill. A lot of, politicians in leadership positions. A lot of them are just the worst people when you start, scratching the surface. And it really doesn't matter where in the world, in a lot of nations, in a lot of nations. But in particular, like settler colonial nations, what they had to do in order to make their nation a nation is, it's they committed genocides. Canada is a country today because of the genocides it's committed. You know, the land it stole, the land it took over. And then other leaders get into power through manipulation and force and violence and stuff and just do the worst things. And sometimes it stays hidden, sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, there are very few political leaders that have actually are more good than bad, because I want to say like that are completely good, but nobody is completely good. But it would just be nice to have one that was more good than bad. Let's see. The new in space Trudeau. Politics never matter. Grand Theft Autobot. Imagine on Hockey Night in Canada, a player said, "I'm going to leave the playing on others." What the what? Justin Trudeau saying, "We shouldn't be focusing on politics. No politics for us. It's not like I'm premier of a country. We're not going to focus on the politics." Grand Theft Autobot, they want to leave Canada, go to Russia, and see ya. I'll help pack their bags. Actually, there was a story in the news not too long ago about a family that did move to Russia from Canada, but then once they got there, everything just went to shit. And then they were having troubles actually getting back to Canada, and issues around money and all this sort of stuff. And it was just, you know, because they were right-wingers just thinking they could just move over to Russia and live their trad life or whatever. And it turned out that wasn't the case. Okay, so yes, Russia. And welcome everyone who has since joined the Sandbox and is checking it out. I want to show off my recent drawing because I like showing off my artwork to the people who haven't seen it yet. This is what I did while I was sick with COVID. The drawing I did. You can also go to my website. Let's see, where is it? There we go. To see more of my artwork. This is based on a photograph I took of a real person I knew, a friend of mine. Okay, yeah, so in the news recently, there's been a little story that has seemed to have picked up some steam. Yeah, apparently Russia has been paying money to right-wing influencers to share certain talking points. Shocking. It's like, shocking. Like, of course they are. Canada interferes with other elections. The United States interferes with elections. They're all tied in, especially when it comes to the right wing. They tend to be very well connected to each other. Like whenever you see the Freedom Convoy here in Canada or right-wing protests here in Canada, there's money coming in here from the United States to help support them. You know, we send Canadians down to the States to be right-wing influencers and stuff. And so they're all very much connected. So can I say I'm shocked that this information has come out from Russia doing some influencing? No. It shouldn't happen. No country should be interfering with other countries' elections. Just full stop right there. No country, including Canada, shouldn't be doing it. United States, not Russia. And so the thing that makes this particularly interesting to me, though, is the amount of Canadian aspects to this. How, like, the ringleaders of this particular thing were Canadian. And some of the influencers targeted, and the bigger picture, and what Russia's goals are with this influencing, because it's not just propping up right-wingers, it's because they're hoping to affect the elections here. And, and they do that by amplifying right-wing talking points. And so they find, the good mouthpieces to stoke up fear and stories and racism and all that sort of stuff, because that does have an effect on the elections. Because if it wasn't for right-wing racism and bigotry and all that sort of stuff, Donald Trump would not be popular. Like, if it was the traditional conservative values of a smaller government, of, letting people live their own lives, and less taxes and all that sort of stuff. If it was just like those old-fashioned conservative beliefs, then Donald Trump would not be nearly as popular as he is right now, with a very fervent base of people wanting to vote him in, to the point that they get rather violent at times. So this is absolutely to influence actual elections. So we will start with a clip from CBC News, which is funded by the Canadian government and not funded by the Russian government.
One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine.
Influencers like Tim Pool, who worked with Tenet Media, were clear about who they didn't like and about who they did.
Trump, remember what they've done to you. Remember what they were trying to do to you. And please, please destroy these people once you get into office.
A U.S. federal indictment says those opinions were bought and paid for by the Kremlin, which funneled $10 million, in part through Roaming Millennial, a Quebec company belonging to Canadian influencer Lauren Chen and her husband Liam Donovan, who then used her Tennessee company, Tenet Media, to pay MAGA influencers like Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, and Canadian Lauren Southern to spread the Kremlin's pro-Trump, anti-Ukraine messages.
We have not seen an adversary attempt to influence an American election to this degree ever before.
This former FBI director of counterintelligence says the Russian president will be infuriated to see this operation rolled up.
The message the U.S. government is sending with these indictments is, we see you, we're on to you, and we're going to call this out.
The indictment says the influencers were paid up to $100,000 per video. Some have since declared themselves victims of the scheme, who had no idea the money came from Russia. Previously, anti-Ukraine Tim Pool even put a...
It's just the whole idea of, like, somebody's going to pay me $100,000 for a video, and I'm not going to ask questions as to where that money's coming from. Like, don't get me wrong, I would very much love for somebody to approach me and say, hey, here's like $100,000 for you to make a video. And I'd be tempted, but I would be making my video. You see, the reason why people like Tim Pool were targeted by Russia was they were already spewing the points that Russia wanted to amplify. So if somebody were to approach me with $100,000 saying, oh, just continue making your content, then they must really hate Doug Ford. It's just, they must really want Doug Ford out of power. At which point I would say, that 100,000 could probably be used in other more strategic ways to make sure he doesn't get back into office, through funding of different political campaigns and ads and messaging and stuff. But that would be like a very poor way of spending money if you want Doug Ford out of office. Not that I wouldn't appreciate it, Like, it is just... The Majority Report covered this a lot as well. And they were talking like similar things, like you wouldn't ask where this money is coming from. And partly because this is just par for the course for them. For rich funders to come in and just throw money at them to make this right-wing content. And so it didn't raise any alarm bells to them because this has happened before, which is just, again, sad when they try to claim how much the left-wing media is bought and paid for, how much money is on the left and all that sort of stuff. And it's like, no, the majority of like left-wing content creators I see are like flying by the seam of their pants. Like, we're on the verge of being broke all the time. It is just, I would love to see that sort of money on this side, but in order for that money to exist on this side would mean chances are there was a lot of capitalist shenanigans involved. And since we tend to be against capitalism and billionaires and multi-hundred millionaires, it makes it very less likely for a big funder to support us.
The Ukrainian flag in his bio. But owners Chen and Donovan allegedly billed the Russians directly. CBC News reached out to Chen, but she declined to comment.
The charging documents make it quite clear that they knew who they were dealing with.
So far, though, the FBI has charged only Russians, not the Canadians and Americans.
The two main messages Tenet Media was allegedly paid to propagate were vote for Trump and defund Ukraine. But there was also a general directive to stoke anger around immigration, inflation, to say the country was broken and headed for civil conflict, anything that would weaken national unity and drag America down. Evan Dyer, CBC News, Ottawa.
Okay, so there was, again, a lot more like Canadian involvement. Canadian media was also targeted and things of that sort. So I have a lot more articles and stuff to get to. And I just really need to switch screens by adding that little few sentences there so I can go to this one. So from the CBC, meet the right-wing Canadian influencers accused of collaborating with an alleged Russian propaganda scheme. Tenet Media founder Laura Chen allegedly took funds from pro-Moscow outlet. Now, I'm not going to read all this article because I have a much more in-depth article from Press Progress that I'm going to be reading, but I did want to skip down to part of this. And where did I want to skip down to? That's the thing. You can't highlight it because then as soon as you skip away and then I have to do all this, like, where was I searching? Like, you know what I mean. No, it was down further. It was up further. Oh, no, this is about where I wanted to say. So Lauren Southern was one of the content creators given money. Chen was one of the people who started Tenet, which is the main umbrella of all of this. And so they have yet to speak publicly, reached by phone on Thursday. Chen told CBC News, "We're not commenting at this time." Southern did not respond to email. Neither has posted anything online since the indictment was made public. Neither Chen, Donovan, nor Southern are the subject of criminal charges, and none are named in the incident. But the allegations have jeopardized their standing with right-wing circles. What? Like, do you realize how bad this has to be in order for other right-wingers to be like, yeah, that's not a good look. No. And usually they only do that if they're like a gay couple that wants to have surrogates to have kids or something. In that case, then they're usually like, no, we're not friends with you anymore. But to receive like millions of dollars from Russia, this is like for other right-wingers to be like, okay, so those buses that are coming this way, can you just like step out on the road so we don't actually have to get our hands dirty by pushing you? It's pretty much what it is right now. So Chen has already been fired from another conservative website, Glenn Beck's The Blaze. Her YouTube channel, which has more than 572,000 subscribers, was terminated on Thursday, and her bio page, like, again, just the fact that YouTube terminated her page when you look at all the things right-wingers get away with on YouTube, because you know, right-wingers makes YouTube a lot of money, so they tend to get away with a lot of racist, bigoted, transphobic, homophobic content. on their shows, on their YouTube shows. And so for YouTube to actually be like, this is bad, and so we're going to take it down, that says, again, that just speaks volumes to me. So it was terminated on Thursday, and her bio page on the website for Turning Points USA, a pro-Trump campus activist group, has been deleted. YouTube also removed Tenet Media's channel on Thursday, saying it violated our community guidelines. Violated our community guidelines. Now keep in mind, YouTube doesn't say that when Steven Crowder is posting videos of him dressed up as an indigenous person to mock them, or is dressing up as a woman to go to a gym to mock trans people. You know, all the blatant racism and stuff, that doesn't violate the community guidelines. But somehow this does. Like, YouTube is very pick and choosy when it comes to doing it. So again, the fact that YouTube has taken down these channels speaks volumes to me. And so that's what I wanted to get to from that article. But here, you actually hear Tim Pool talk about Canada. So it's not like it was just the United States and Trump that they were, you know, hoping that Russia was hoping to get into power. They also want Pierre Poilievre in power. And we're going to get more into this because it gets a little bit more. It's where my second defense of Pierre Poilievre actually comes in for this video. But first, let's watch this quick clip.
Yeah, so Jordan Peterson tweeted, the Ontario College of Psychologists has demanded that I submit myself to mandatory social media communications retraining with their experts for, among other crimes, retweeting Pierre Poilievre, how do you pronounce that? Poilievre, and criticizing Justin Trudeau and his political allies. Amazing. Yeah, so Jordan...
I'm sorry, I should not be laughing at people for mispronouncing because I'm like the worst at it, but still, I at least acknowledge I'm the worst at it. Yeah. So Jordan Peterson, a Canadian who is often in these circles with these right-wingers and stuff, gets amplified by them. He had to do an online course for media sensitivity because of some of the bullshit that he was spewing around, the anti-trans targeted hate, you know, telling people to unalive themselves. And it went against the organizations he was with when it comes to being a mental health professional. Because when you go around and saying that, you probably shouldn't have a license as a psychiatrist. It makes sense that they have certain standards you need to abide by. And because of that, they're like, okay, you need to take like an online course or lose your license. And they're like, oh my God, it's re-education training camp, blah, blah. He got let off easy as far as I'm concerned. But Tim Pool also wanted to explain himself and how he's the victim in this. He's such the victim, you know, getting millions of dollars from these organizations, but he's the victim.
And we were preparing to engage in sponsorships, and you know, they were getting hundreds of thousands of views per episode. And we decided to license it out because Lauren contacted us and was saying, you know, we'd love to license something from you. And I said, well, we don't need to do that. We're an independent company. We have our own members and sponsorships. And then it took quite a while, but long story short, we agreed to a non-exclusive broadcast license, which meant that we own the show. So I barely even talked to Lauren. And it's kind of crazy. I've known her for a long time. So when she...
Yeah, you hear that sound there? That that's Tim throwing Lauren under the bus there. It's like I don't know her personally. Like, we've only talked just a couple times. Like there's the bus.
She said that she was launching a company. She had investors. I'm like, okay. I mean, I hear that 50 times a year. And in the podcast space, we just heard that I think Travis Kelce is getting a $100 million contract. So these numbers are that's where they're at. I think people don't realize how big the podcasting space is and the revenue that you generate from sponsorships and memberships. And for all I knew, this was, Lauren Chen. She works at The Blaze. She wanted to start a company. She found investors. That was seemingly the gist of it. We only ever took money from an American corporation. The amount of money that we were
American corporation run by Canadians.
offered for the show was around market value for offers we had already received. And so it was just...
So $100,000 for a bit, that's market? That's what's normal for podcasters, is it? So I better see some super chats in the next little while. They give me $100,000. How is that normal? Like, there's other people breaking it down too, and it is just the thought that you make that much money on a podcast, like you can give back to the investors, is ridiculous. Like, even a video with millions of views on it, you get like a fraction of what YouTube actually makes. Like, it is just, and it's nowhere near those numbers. This is not market value. This isn't par for the course, that much money. Like, the privileged world he must live in when he just kind of brushes this off as normal. Like a rich person saying to another rich person, oh, well, when you get your second yacht, you really should probably check the engine for these things because you never know when they're made like that. And it's just, you got to be concerned about these sorts of things when you're buying your second yacht. Just, like, so nonchalantly, like, talking numbers that are just astronomical. Like, my God, if $100,000 dropped into my lap right now for a year, for 2 years, for 10 years, I'd be so much better off than what I am right now. Oh, I get thrilled when somebody sends me a $10 super chat. That just makes my day, because that's like, wow, thank you. And there's been times when people have helped me out, like with Frodo's vet bills. And I've had some really generous people help out with his vet bills that have literally left me in tears. And I'm just talking a few $100s. And that was enough to just leave me in tears because the generosity meant so much to me in helping pay for that little thing. And to just nonchalantly be talking about $100,000 like it's nothing. Wow, the life you must live. Ugh.
just like, cool, I know Lauren, sure, whatever. And then you got Benny and Dave and Matt Christensen and Taylor Hansen, who I know them all. And I'm like, yeah, this seems fine, whatever. And the crazy thing is, assuming all this stuff is true, I'm like, man, this sucks. We didn't need the deal. The deal didn't do anything for us. It was just, sure, I guess. And the revenue.
Yeah, it was just like, we didn't need that money. It was just like an extra little pocket change from somebody. So it's like, yeah, sure, why not? Let's take it. And how is it that that money was just so inconsequential to you? Like, again, the life he must live to think about that type of money being inconsequential is just mind-blowing to me. Like, how do you bring in an audience that you try to relate to when you live in such a different universe than them? Where you're just so nonchalantly talking about this. Like, oh my God.
That we were paid through the licensing deal was inconsequential to my lifestyle, to the bottom line of the company. And we've actually never done anything with it. I would say, like, the overwhelming majority of the money is just not gone anywhere. And then, we have people tweeting at me like, give the money back or whatever it is. Like, dude, let me put it this way. We're talking to our legal team. I can say that I just announced I've been contacted by the
Yeah, you got a whole bunch of dirty money from a Russian propagandist trying to influence the American election, which in some instances, things like that, he has called other people traitors for. But he doesn't want to give back that money. good money. He doesn't want to give it back. You see, if anybody were to give me money like that, sure, I'd probably take it, but it wouldn't be long before they were asking for that money back, because I would still just do what I do, and I wouldn't care. Like I said, like if people please try to buy me. Just load money on me, and I can guarantee you nobody would do that a second time. Because that money would not go towards what they wanted. But if somebody's like, oh, let's buy this Left of the Box channel and drop tons of money on them to have them spew talking points, sure, give me the money. Give me the money. But then you're probably going to ask for that money back and be very disappointed with how I use it.
FBI as a victim of a potential victim in a crime. They have stated that I may have information relevant to their ongoing investigation and requested a voluntary interview. So, engaging with counsel, we are going to provide assistance in whatever way we can, and that's about it. I mean, it's.
So Rachel Gilmore is a great independent journalist here in Canada and focuses a lot on Canadian issues. And so she's done a couple videos about this as well. And I think it's important to know, like, this wasn't just about, here, we want you to make some videos that are right-wing content related. This really was them trying to influence politics, the elections, policies, all of that sort of thing. And so, Rachel Gilmore here says, could Russia's influence plan involve other influencers? Well, newly unsealed court documents from FBI show that Russia is monitoring 2,800 influencers while also pending plans to influence outcome of the U.S. election. Yeah. And this is what she learned from those documents.
So it kind of looks like the whole influencers being tied to Russian influence operations thing is maybe just getting started. Because while we've all been talking about the hilarious news that popular right-wing influencers like Tim Pool and Dave Rubin were duped into and handsomely rewarded for allegedly participating in a Russian influence operation, an FBI affidavit was also unsealed this week. And it exposes, in what Wired's David Gilbert called, quote, unprecedented detail, Russian influence tactics to try to undermine support for Ukraine, deepen divisions, and impact the outcome of the upcoming US election, specifically to help Donald Trump win. This affidavit was unsealed amid the news the FBI seized 32 domains it alleges are tied to a Russian disinformation campaign known as quote-unquote doppelganger, which used AI to generate content on a bunch of fake websites designed to look like legitimate ones like the Washington Post and Fox News, and also used a bunch of fake social accounts to spread pro-Russia talking points around the world. The exhibits attached to this affidavit detail plans like this guerrilla media campaign to exploit divisions within the US with what I would describe as conspiratorial narratives. Although the Russians don't call them that, obviously. Like claims that Republicans are victims of racism by people of color, and that unemployed people of color are privileged while white taxpayers are being impoverished. In another exhibit, a plot the Russians call Good Old USA details plans to work with influencers, specifically ones who are proponents of traditional values who stand up for ending the war in Ukraine and peaceful relations between the US and Russia, and who are ready to get involved in the promotion of project narratives. On top of all of that, and this is the really mind-blowing part, the SDA, a Russian IT company the FBI alleges is involved in this influence operation, apparently has a list of more than 2,800 influencers that they're actively monitoring and collecting information about around the world. And
I so want to know who's on that list. Who is Russia looking at like, yeah, we can probably turn them? Who is on that list? Oh my God, I so want to know. It'd be like one of those things, like I'd be shocked. It's like, wait a sec, how did my channel land on that list? I think there was one time where like the Majority Report was put onto this like conservative talking points list, and it must have been like by accident or something, but it was so hilarious that they were on that list. But yeah, I want to know who's on this list. Like it will be interesting when more details come out about all of this and who's involved and who's been targeted. And I hope it ends a lot of media careers.
And more than 20% of them are based in the US. Now, the FBI didn't release this list as an exhibit associated with the affidavit, so we don't really know much more, like if Russia reached out to any of these influencers to work with them, or who these influencers actually are beyond the broad categories listed here. But what we do know is the documents make it clear that Russia wants to work with influencers on their influence campaigns. So will this be the last headline of its kind? I'm not so sure, but we'll have to wait and see. What do you think of all this?
Now, from previous videos of her, she also points out that conservative leader Pierre Poilievre and two of his predecessors all follow Laura Chen, who was just linked to a Russian influence operation. And so you can see Aaron O'Toole, Andrew Scheer, Pierre Poilievre. It's interesting who these conservatives leaders tend to support and follow in the media. Like, I've had politicians follow me before, but I don't think it was because of anything I do other than they tend to just follow a lot of people who follow them back type thing. And I've even had occasionally like a conservative or something follow me, like a conservative politician. And I think it was more just because like on one specific issue that I tended to agree with them on over the Liberal government, then they're like, oh, okay, then maybe they're on our side. And then they obviously have never seen my channel. I'm not a supporter of the Conservatives, the Liberals, or the NDP. And so if any of them follow me because they think I'm just going to talk smack about the other parties and not them, they unfollow me pretty quickly, I would imagine. But some politicians will just follow a lot of other accounts. But, to have the leaders of the party follow you, that's a little bit more. Like, I'm talking about just like local MPs and MPPs. But, if Justin Trudeau or Jagmeet Singh were to start following my channel, I'd be very confused as to why. But the thing is, nobody's confused as to why these politicians follow Laura Chen. Not confused at all. And so let's get into the Press Progress article that goes into a lot of detail on this and the Canadian aspect of it. Far-right media outlet linked to secret Russian influence campaign produced 50-plus videos focused on Canada. So it wasn't just American videos, there was also Canadian videos. Now, 50-plus videos focused on Canada doesn't sound like much, but again, it's all relative, it's all a perspective. If we had the same population as the United States, that 50-plus videos would be a lot more. Be like 500-plus videos, because the United States has roughly 10 times the population as Canada. So again, a lot of numbers when you see these things might not sound big, but to Canadian metrics, that's a big deal. Canadian videos produced by right-wing media outlets at center of U.S. Department of Justice indictment were viewed 500,000 times. The far-right media outlet at the center of the U.S. Department of Justice indictment over an alleged foreign influence campaign involving covert funding from Russia also produced dozens and dozens of videos this year focused on Canada. The federal indictment alleges 2 employees of the Russian state-owned media outlet RT violated U.S. Foreign Agents Registration Act and conspired to commit money laundering by covertly funding and directing a media outlet featuring high-profile far-right influencers. Like, again, you never see this type of thing come out about lefty content creators, that there's this covert conspiracy going on to fund our channels. And again, why is that? Like, why don't you see that sort of thing on the left? But you see it all the time on the right. All the money on the right. And they still want to try to claim that, oh, no, all you lefties, that's where the money is. No, no. There's no conspiracy to give a whole bunch of left-wing media people money. Oh, it would be nice. Would be nice. Like, that's the thing, again, too, is just when you've been in this business for any length of time and you still stay committed to the stories you cover, you know, the perspectives, you know the left is coming from a place of principles because we don't sell out. Okay, we're going to get to TYT in a moment. Just don't worry about that. We'll get there. But for the vast majority of us, we stay virtually broke because we don't sell out. We stay true to our principles and stuff. But a lot of people on the right are there because they're easily bought. They don't have those principles. And this is, again, why you don't see this type of thing happening in the left. The indictment focuses on far-right media outlets based in Tennessee, describing itself as a network of heterodox commentators that focus on Western political and cultural issues. American media outlets have since independently confirmed the outlet is Tenet Media. And I remember a lot of people covering this before. The Serfs have covered them in depth before. And I don't know if they clipped that video, but I imagine they did. Because I made a comment during their live stream about it because Tenet, I think of the movie and how everything was going backwards and how that seemed to, you know, line up. Tenet Media was founded by Canadian right-wing social media influencer named Laura Chen and her husband, Liam Donovan. The indictment alleges RT directed nearly 10 million to Chen and Donovan through Tenet Media and a separate Canadian company controlled by the couple. Canadian corporate records list Chen and Donovan as directors of Roaming Millennial Inc., which registered at a residential address in the affluent neighborhood in Hudson, Quebec, a leafy suburb of Montreal. Kitty cat coming in here. Hi, sweetie. The U.S. Department of Justice alleged RT, formerly known as Russia Today, set up a network of covert projects after Russian state-run outlets was sanctioned following Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine. While it suggests this was designed to amplify domestic divisions and manipulate American political opinion, Tenet Media has also devoted significant time and energy on Canadian topics. Tenet Media's YouTube channel, which counted 316,000 subscribers, went offline Thursday afternoon, nearly a day after the indictment was announced. However, an analyst of Tenet Media YouTube content preserved by Press Progress prior to its takedown has identified at least 51 videos focused on topics relating to Canada, including videos focused on Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and other hot-button right-wing culture war topics. So here are some of the examples. Canadian bank refuses to let man withdraw money. Yeah, sure. Did he have that money to withdraw? Inflation in Canada is insane, and around the world as well. Canada's immigration to spiral out of control, says Lauren Southern, who's also very much a fan of the replacement conspiracy theory. Trudeau, Canada can't handle the current level of immigration. How Indian scams will be the end of Canada. Lauren Southern. According to metrics displayed on video platform YouTube and Rumble, the Canadian-themed videos allegedly funded and directed by individuals based in Russia have been viewed 500,000 times. So this is a little bit more interesting here. Allegedly funded and directed. Because with Tim Pool, he wasn't directed on what to say, per se. He was just, you know, encouraged, probably, to say certain talking points that he was already saying. But here, directed by individuals based in Russia, that sounds a little bit more direct. Like, here are your talking points. At least 51 videos about Canada posted on YouTube have been viewed approximately 434,500 times, while 17 videos about Canada posted on Rumble were viewed approximately 64,250 times. And again, just some more of the headlines. Food price inflation in Canada, Trudeau's no good, blah, blah, blah. That's corporation issue there, not so much the federal government, although the federal government could do more to get that under control. Non-binary something operation funded free genitals for everyone. Oh, I would love to get free genitals. Housing crisis, Canada's unspoken truth. There is a housing crisis, but probably not for the reasons that they're going to be talking about. Federal court rules against Trudeau trucker crackdown. Yeah, I did say that Trudeau's use of the Emergencies Act was not needed, but you know, if the municipal and provincial government had actually done what they were supposed to do, maybe he wouldn't have had to do that. Anyway, those are all other stories that I've covered on my channel before and will probably end up covering again at points. The majority of videos on Canada topics were produced. They were produced even by Lauren Southern, a highly controversial alt-right influencer originally from Langley, British Columbia, who has previously worked for Rebel Media and later separately produced videos with prominent European far-right figures. We are now going to start getting into names that I will not be able to pronounce, so feel free to laugh at me as I go for it, because I laughed at Tim Pool for not being able to pronounce Pierre Polyev. So yeah, everyone has permission to completely laugh at my butchering of names. In 2018, Southern traveled to Russia and created a series of videos with Alexander Dugin, a Russian neo-fascist philosopher who is considered an influential ally of Russian President Vladimir Putin. I still love the French pronunciation of his name as Poutine. That's a real thing. The French pronunciation is Vladimir Putin. Poutine. It's real. It is. Southern's Dugin video series partner influence Brittany Pettibone is the spouse of Austrian fascist activist Martin Sneller, who was at the center of a major scandal in Germany after he was recorded outlining a mass deportation plan to politicians with the far-right alternative of AfD party at the secret meeting in Potsdam, prompting a massive anti-ADF street protest earlier this year. And here's a picture. It's, I guess, a tweet of Lauren Southern saying, "Hope y'all ready for this Russian series." Seeing her posing with somebody that we just talked about. Southern's Tenant Media Canadian-themed videos touched on a wide range of hot-button issues, including immigration, crime, anti-white sentiment, anti-LGBTQ plus paranoia, residential schools, and Mark Graves. Lauren Southern has been massive in this category. Absolutely massive when it comes to residential school denialism, as well as inflation and the housing crisis. The subtext of many videos suggests Canada is on the brink of chaos or impending collapse of the social order, including videos with headlines like, "Canada has fallen," "Impending civil unrest in Canada," "Economic revolts imminent," and "Is a Muslim majority in Canada's future?" No to all of those. One video titled, "Canada is becoming a communist hellhole." Oh, if we could be so lucky. Features Southern interviewing Katrina Panova, a convoy influencer and contributor to the Canadian far-right media outlet The Countersignal, who operates under the pseudonym Cat Canada. Very, very catchy there with the K's. Making it into K's. Kind of like Doug Ford's Daughter's Bakery, the Kai Kai's Cookies, spelt with K's. Like, why would people do that? Why would people take words that begin with a C and put a K in front of it instead? I wonder, like, why would somebody be motivated to do that? Huh. Guess we'll never know. The video features Cat Canada, comparing Canada under Justin Trudeau to her childhood growing up in the former Soviet Union. Panova says she was originally born in Moldova. Panova did not respond to a request comment from Press Progress. In July, Tenet Media released a xenophobic 30-minute documentary style about international students in Prince Edward Island, featuring Southern and Harrison Faulkner, a personality with the Canadian right-wing website True North. The video insinuates the international students have gamed Canada's immigration system and don't really care about Prince Edward Island. To be fair, nobody in Canada cares about Prince Edward Island. It's so tiny. It's not even included in political polling because they don't have a large enough sample size. But the thing is that a lot of the students that come over, the international students, they're usually the ones being taken advantage of. It's not them trying to take advantage of the system. They're being taken advantage of. Let's see.
What do you think when you watch these videos of queues for jobs? You know, we've got the mass immigration issue, Indians just all lining up outside Tim Hortons.
So the first thing that crosses my mind, Lauren, is it's terrifying because it's all too reminiscent of the life I lived under communist USSR when I was a child.
You had Tim Hortons in the communist USSR? What?
I recall these lines. I recall standing in these lines with my mom, in the bread lines, in the food lines, whatever lines there was. And it's truly terrifying to see that happening in Canada. It's just like a nightmare flashback across my eyes.
So the video was released a week before. I thought this was a different video. There was a video in here I wanted to watch, I think, about the PEI situation in particular. Maybe we'll still come across it. I click on so many things to have ready to go that sometimes I forget the order that they're in. But anyway, the video was released a week before Faulkner appeared in a now deleted video on True North with Proud Boy founder Gavin McGuinness. The Proud Boys are legally designated as a terrorist entity under Canadian law. Those are some interesting bedfellows there. In a statement to Press Progress, True North editor-in-chief Candace Malcolm did not specifically address questions about whether her outlet took any steps out of due diligence to look into who was behind Tenet Media before authorizing their employee to appear, but instead strongly denied True North is somehow affiliated with or influenced by Russia. So Malcolm is the True North editor-in-chief. Just keep that in mind. True North editor-in-chief is Candace Malcolm. I have never heard of Tenet Media before, Malcolm told Press Progress, noting she is barely on my computer and not following the news very closely. True North editor-in-chief is barely on their computer and not following news closely. Due to her 4 children, True North has nothing to do with Tenet and nothing to do with Russian conspiracies. Okay, so we have True North here that is all about right-wing takes on the news and media. And so you have the editor-in-chief not paying attention to the news? Yeah? How, what if I just said, yeah, I'm not on social media much for my channel. I don't pay attention to the news. I don't know. Maybe George Soros is funding the left wing. I don't know. I'm not paying attention to news or online stuff. Like, that is pretty much literally her job. It's like Justin Trudeau saying, we shouldn't be bringing politics into, our politicking. And she's saying, I don't pay attention to news, even though that's what their channel does. That's kind of what you do. But you're the editor-in-chief and you're not following the news very closely and you're barely on the computer. That is one cop-out excuse. Like, I don't know tenant media. How could I know tenant media? I'm just like an innocent right-wing content creator spewing racist conspiracy theories and anti-LGBTQ plus hate and bigotry and racism. Like, tenant media. I don't know. Like, yeah, some of my people have ties to the organizers of tenant media, but I don't know. I don't know what happens on my website. I don't do anything with it. Like, what kind of bullshit excuse is that? Harrison appearing as a guest on a podcast does not link my organization to Tenet or Russia, Malcolm said, adding, I cannot speak for Harrison, but my understanding is that even the people working for Tenet were unaware of its Russian connections. I have a hard time believing that one. Malcolm's noted she's not a fan of Lauren Chad, adding, she never have been. Again, you see that whole and that is the bus that just ran over Lauren Chan yet again. They are so fast to throw her under like all the buses. All the buses. Like, back to school started just on time for all the buses to be on the road to run over Lauren Chan. Is this the video that I wanted to see? Let's find out.
I spoke to Harrison Faulkner, who has been on the ground with these international.
So this is about the international students and PEI.
Students the last few weeks. Specifically, Harrison has been covering the protests out of Prince Edward Island.
It's really interesting when you have a large group of mostly men who are here on a temporary basis, demanding permanent residency, saying that they were fed a lie before they came to PEI.
A bunch of...
They actually were. A lot of the international students were fed lies before they came over here for schooling. Like, that's an actual thing. The scandals are outrageous here in Ontario, how they were exploited and manipulated and ripped off, and then they came here to receive nothing that's an education. In fact, corporations just wanted them over here as cheap labor for those Tim Hortons and stuff. Like, that was an actual thing.
People who gamed Canada's immigration system through fake diploma mill colleges are now trying to game the system again by deliberately moving to the most underpopulated parts of Canada because those parts have easier immigration requirements.
They don't really care about Prince Edward.
It's kind of the same across the country, immigration requirements. It's a federal thing.
Edward Island, it's a great place. It's a beautiful province in our country. There are great people there, but they don't really care about that.
Nobody cares about Prince Edward. Actually, I would love to go to Prince Edward Island sometime. Other videos also attempted to build bridges between far-right influencers in North America and Europe. One thing I've said plenty of times, much to my frustration, is how well the right wing works with each other. That is definitely one of their strengths and why they're growing so much globally. In a tenant media video titled The Great Replacement, Can We Finally Talk About It? Southern praises Dutch far-right influencer Eva Broek for a speech about the Great Replacement she delivered at CPAC conference in Hungary, sponsored by Viktor Orban's government. The Great Replacement is a racist conspiracy theory that is popular among European far-right and has been cited by white nationalist terrorists, including perpetrators of the massacre in Norway in 2011 and the Christchurch, New Zealand in 2019, which claims white population is being deliberately replaced by non-white immigrants. Also, Tucker Carlson came up to Alberta to go spewing right-wing talking points, and Danielle Smith inserted herself on stage with him. And they talked about the this conspiracy theory of the Great Replacement. Yeah. Horrible people. They're all horrible people. God bless Eva for her bravery standing up there, Southern said of Vlad Dinger Bureau's Great Replacement Theory speech. I look forward to Overton Window pushing more and more into these conversations we need to be having. The speech that changed the internet, the Great Replacement. Can we finally talk about it? Ugh. Yeah. These two here. Great Replacement. Valadinger Bjork has past ties with from Vor Democrate. I think that's just the some sort of, and it's an ultra-right party in the Netherlands that is viewed more extreme than Geert Wilders' PVV. Last year, Vladinger Bjork joined Christine Anderson, an EU politician with Germany's far-right alternative Für Deutschland party, on cross-country speaking tour of Canada. In Ottawa, Vladinger Bjork and Anderson met with a number of key Freedom Convoy figures. In my last live stream, I showed a clip of then Pierre Poilievre, who is vying to become the leader of the Conservative Party, marching with Freedom Convoy figures. He was in the front of the line, actually, supporting them. So, and here's a tweet of a whole bunch of them together. Huge success, but the Freedom Convoy. Southern also produced documentary for the allegedly Russian-funded outlet called Pipeline Wars, which attempts to discredit protests in British Columbia relating to Indigenous lands disputes in Wet'suwet'en, eco-terrorists, and Antifa. I can actually say that one. I had to practice a lot because I talked about it in a video essay way back when, and literally I was watching Democracy Now! And, oh, what's her name? The woman who is normally doing the videos for Democracy Now! And I listened to her on repeat in order to get this right. So the Wet'suwet'en, eco-terrorists, and Antifa. And that whole dispute is still ongoing. And it's basically the Canadian government going onto Indigenous land to force a pipeline through. Like, it's literally Canada invading their land. One tweet from the outlet account was amplified by X.com owner Elon Musk. Sorry, I'm just not used to seeing that like that. I don't normally see a media outlet spell out .com. And they're featuring a tweet from Rachel Gilmore. Here's Elon Musk amplifying what was allegedly, according to the DOJ indictment, Russian-funded media. Bit ironic that the doc claims to be exposing dark money. LMAO. Well, the indictment cites digital forensic evidence showing the two RT employees based in Moscow were directly involved with producing content that appeared on Tenet Media's website. It also just suggests they used pseudonyms and took steps to conceal their identities from the on-air talent, though Tenet Media's owners appeared to know they were receiving millions of dollars from Russians. So what was that they said earlier when it's like, we have no idea the Russians were involved? No, they knew. They knew. Of course they knew. Two of Tenet Media's high-profile personalities, each of whom were being paid millions of dollars, issued statements Wednesday claiming they were victims and deceived. Oh no, somebody was just shoveling me money, so much money. I'm the victim. I accepted this money without asking any questions about why they were giving it to me, the motivations. I just thought they were doing it out of the kindness of their heart holes where their heart should have been. Like, to claim to be a victim in this situation, like Tim Pool, who claims to be a victim, like, no, you should have actually did some bare minimum research. On Thursday, Laura Chen, the owner of Tenet Media, was fired by The Blaze, another outlet run by U.S. media right-wing personality Glenn Beck. So that is from Press Progress, on the more Canadian side. And here again is the Serfs, who has talked about Lauren Southern a lot. Partly because she is one of the biggest influencers to push residential school denialism. And she has been cited as like inspiration for a lot of shootings and killers and stuff. So Lauren Southern was one of the biggest influencers to push residential school denialism, and worldwide right-wing press followed her lead. Despite child-sized skeletons being found, she kept lying. A Nazi serial killer in Canada who targeted Indigenous women watched those videos. Like, these right-wing influencers, like, this has real-world consequences. You know, they're targeting people who are unstable to begin with, and they keep on hearing all this rhetoric, all this hate, and yeah, it's stochastic terrorism. And sometimes they're blatantly asking for types of terrorism or for certain people to be executed, deported, that sort of thing. But here we have Vicky Campbell pointing out some tweets showing Pierre Poilievre involved with some of these people. So we have a big problem with this guy, Pierre Poilievre, who's running for Prime Minister of Canada. See here with Cat Canada, who's recently been exposed as part of Russian propaganda outlet in Canada. Ask yourself why Putin is so interested in having Poilievre as RPM. And here's another one with Katrina Panova, known as Cat Canada, Russian propagandist. So he's met up with her on more than one occasion and looking very cozy. So here's where I'm going to get into my second defense of Pierre Poilievre. It's kind of backhanded, though. Because right now, there are a lot of comments online and stuff trying to tie him directly to Russia and being anti-Ukraine and all this sort of stuff. And that's not, in my opinion, accurate. I will show you some video of what he feels when it comes to Ukraine and stuff. To me, this is more, and I've talked about this before, he is a useful idiot to the right. Part of the danger of electing Pierre Poilievre into office is you're not electing a person, you're electing an ideology. He is nothing more than an avatar for the right wing. He has no thoughts of his own. So he's not tied with Russia or Tenet and stuff. He's just following and licking the boots of the right wingers in this country. And it's those right wingers who happen to be involved with Russia. But Pierre Poilievre, he does no investigation himself. He's like I said, a useful idiot to them. So I don't see him being, like, I don't see Russia approaching him specifically. It is Russia approaching all these right-wing influencers and Pierre Poilievre so desperately wanting to suck up to these right-wingers. Because we've seen it time and time again. Like I mentioned, he was marching with the Freedom Convoy. We've seen him with Diagolon, hanging out with them, even though the leaders of Diagolon threatened to sexually assault his wife. But he is such a pathetic excuse of an individual that he is literally going to do whatever the right wing wants. And that's why he is particularly dangerous. Becoming prime minister of this country is you're not electing him. You're electing right-wing ideology. And that right-wing ideology happens to be influenced by Russia. But he has no conscious thought of his own. He has no principles. He's not being influenced by Russia directly. And that is my backhanded defense of him. Because you know, I want him to be mocked for exactly who he is. But if everyone just starts saying that, I don't want misinformation spread. Well, I'll show you the video and stuff and we'll get into it. So first is a news article. Polyev vows to always stand with Ukraine as third year of Russian war begins. So Polyev has voted against a lot of what the Liberals want when it comes to Ukraine, but that's more because he's always going to vote against what the Liberals want. So Ottawa, Pierre Polyev, and this is from February 2024. So there are some clips where he seems very dismissive of Ukraine from earlier, like last December, but this is more recent. So Pierre Polyev has vowed that Canada will always stand with Ukraine. As the world marks the second anniversary of Russia's invasion of the country, the Federal Conservative Party leader posted on social media today denouncing the tyranny of Russian President Vladimir Putin and applauding Ukraine's unshakable resolve and determination. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has accused Polyev of abandoning Ukraine because the Conservatives' opposition to Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. Tories have said that they support Ukraine, but they oppose the legislation because of an updated deal they say both countries aim to promote carbon pricing. So Dave Rubin was caught up in this, and apparently when the negotiation was happening, he got a little suspicious because they used the words like social justice. And he's like, oh, that sounds a little bit too like left-wing progressive to me. And so this is basically Pierre Polyev saying, we don't want to sign on with this deal with Ukraine because carbon pricing. It's the same type of thing. So meanwhile, Trudeau is spending the day in Kiev along with leaders from European Commission, Italy, Belgium, so on and so forth. And we also have, oh, I don't think I need to switch screens for this one because it's a short. This video. Oh, no, I can switch screens. Let's do that.
And it will be conservatives who will continue to stand with the Ukrainian people now against the illegal, unjustifiable, and ego-driven bloodshed initiated by Vladimir Putin. We will stand up.
Now keep in mind, I'm pretty sure Vladimir Putin wants this guy in. But Pierre Polyev is such a fucking moron. He has no idea he's being used. No idea. He's just, you know, again, he's just following the right-wingers in this country who are taking their marching orders from the Russian money and stuff. And this guy is basically just too dense to know he's being used.
Every day in every way in favor of the export of 83,000 CRV-7 missiles that the Ukrainian government has asked for. We also call on the government to keep its promise that thus far has been broken to deliver air defense systems, $400 million of which were announced on January 10th, 2023. Putin has said he wants our Arctic. We know that once he defeats one country that he invades, he will move on to the next. His appetite for expansionism is insatiable. We stand with you now and always. Slava Ukraini.
So I just want to make that distinction there because, you know, people are so quick to jump. And it's like, I want Pierre Polyev called out for being the moron bootlicker he is. You know, so in the online, on Twitter and stuff, you might see a fair bit of like, oh, he's anti-Ukraine and stuff like that. Well, that's a fairly recent video. So call him out on what he's guilty for. You know, and that is my second backhanded defense of him. Like, basically saying he's too stupid to know he's being used as a puppet by the Russian government. But we're not quite done with this story yet. No, there's, you see, the thing is that it's not just influencers that Russia's targeting. It's also politicians that Russia is targeting. It is, they're trying to make negotiations and deals and backroom channels and stuff because they are trying to influence our elections and stuff. Just like we try to influence a lot of other elections, which we shouldn't be doing and Russia shouldn't be doing. And we should, you know, keep our hands out of each other's elections. But there's this article from a couple years ago, again from Press Progress. Top Doug Ford advisor sent Premier's office back-channel message about meeting with Russian government. Leaked emails show Russian officials sought help of Ontario PC insiders in effort to flow Russian money into Ontario amid U.S. sanctions. And this is from June 1st, 2022. A trusted advisor to the Ontario Premier Doug Ford admits relaying a message to the Premier's office about attempts to arrange a meeting between representatives of the Government of Ontario and the Russian Federation. The back-channel's communication involved Russian government officials, expelled diplomats, Russian corporate entities, sanctions by the U.S., as well as Ontario PC insiders to wealthy Ontario developers. Yeah, there's been a lot of scandals about these guys right now. One of those insiders is Frank Cleese, a former Ontario PC cabinet minister under Mike Harris, who served as a top advisor and campaign surrogate during Ford's 2018 leadership bid. Ford has personally described Cleese as legendary PC party stalwart and a good friend. I'm not going to read the whole article. There's no direct proof that Doug Ford himself was involved with this, but the thing is that Doug Ford and his cabinet don't exactly release their phone records. They don't make a lot of this known, and there's a lot of evidence to suggest, or stuff to suggest, that there were back channels open to at least some people in his cabinet with making negotiations and dealings with Russia. This is a far bigger problem than targeting influencers when it comes to Russian money getting into our politics. Which leads me into stories that I'm going to cover about Doug Ford. But before we get to that, let's check the Sandbox. I'm saving the TYT stuff for last. Indie doctors, why isn't APAC the same when it comes to funding all these things? They should be. Like, they should be called out just as much because, like, especially here in Canada, there's a definite bias towards Israel and Netanyahu and their framing and an active push of getting Palestinian voices out of the media. A lot of that has to do with similar money in situations to APAC. But since Israel isn't seen as an enemy, they're seen as an ally, well, then it's okay for them to influence our politics. And they do a lot. As I showed you that video earlier from Justin Trudeau, still to this day saying Israel has a right to defend itself. Bad Lefty saying MR was number 8 top right-wing politic channel on YouTube. Priceless. Yeah, that sounds like the list that I was thinking of, where somehow they got onto this list and it's like, what? Did they mistype it or something? It's just so hilarious. Let's see. Bad Lefty, free genitals? Yes, please. Yeah. If you're tossing genitals around, let's get some free genitals. Based on that one video title or something. It's like, really? Really? Well, there is that story going around in the States right now. Donald Trump saying that kids can just go to school and get the surgeries like that. And it's like, no? Like, that's the thing. Some of these lies are just so absurd that it boggles my mind. Anyone can believe them. Like, especially when you think of Americans and how they have to pay for their health care and stuff like that. They think kids can just go to a school and get all the surgery done for free without parental consent. Like, their experience with their own healthcare system doesn't strongly suggest that that seems a little bit absurd. Bark Eater Den Crunchy KKK Cookies. Yes, I've talked about her name is Kyla Ford, and she chose to use her nickname, which is Kai, KYKY, when she launched her online bakery of cookies, and so she named it Kai Kai's Cookies with the acronym of KKK. And her father, Doug Ford, premier at the time, never thought to say to her, you know, kind of a bad look. Benu in space, who is Lauren Chen? I don't even know this person. Up to this point, she was just known as like a right-wing content creator, producing videos and stuff, going on other right-winger shows. Not like a big like Candace Owens type figure, but fairly well known within the right-wing circles. Bad Lefty, goose stepping? You know, if it talks like a goose and it steps like a goose, probably a Nazi. Bad Lefty, no way she's old enough to remember Soviet communism. Yeah, and apparently with Tim Horton. Let's see. Bad Lefty, the boys of USS Liberty probably don't consider Israel USA's greatest ally. Apparently, I beat Bad Lefty to a punchline. I don't know what it is. But I'll take it. Okay, so I have some stories about Doug Ford, and then I will actually be touching on some of the TYT shenanigans that have been like all over social media recently. It would be nice to see some more, cohesion on the left, more support of each other and stuff. But the thing is that it's not people like me or the Majority Report, Rational National, the serfs, who are causing that discourse. We're not the ones doing it. We're just sticking by our actual principles. Anyway, so I've been talking a lot about some stories here in Ontario. I live in Ontario. It would make sense. And also Premier Doug Ford is just like the worst. And recently, alcohol has been made available in convenience stores. And I know to a lot of people outside of Ontario, you're still kind of confused with that. Like, what? Yes, it used to be restricted to the LCBO and the beer stores and craft breweries and stuff like that. You couldn't just go to a convenience store and get alcohol. And do you know what? I think that was a good thing. It was a good thing. You know, all the revenues from the LCBO went back into the, it was provincially run, so all that revenue went back into the provincial coffers to help with social services and things of that sort. It kept it out of the hands of a lot of people, minors and whatnot, or made it harder to steal and less accessible for people who are maybe alcoholics and things of that sort. But I felt it was a good thing because there's a lot of convenience store owners who don't want people coming into their stores to steal alcohol. to be aggressive when it comes to alcohol and things. And it gets more and more easier for people who are underage to get it. Like it is just, I think it was a good thing because it was still available to buy. Anyone could still buy it who was of age. It wasn't as, convenient as going to the store and buying a lottery ticket or something of that sort. Because this country does kind of try to crack down on promoting toxic lifestyles. Like when buying cigarettes in stores here, they're actually covered up so you can't see the brand names. And we have pictures, like really bad pictures of like, this is what will do to your lungs if you buy this pack of cigarettes and things of that sort. So we try to actually not promote things that can be harmful, and alcohol is very harmful. But Doug Ford decided to spend about $1 billion to get it into stores, convenience stores, a year earlier than he planned. And I covered it in great detail in my last live stream about some of the motivations behind that and why. And so it has now been official as of Thursday. Alcohol is now available in convenience stores in Ontario. So Premier visits Collingwood to launch alcohol sales in convenience stores. 9 Collingwood stores have received licenses under the program, which officially launched Thursday. Again, just the way he is promoting alcohol, I don't think is appropriate for the Premier. This isn't something that actually benefits the province. We have underfunded ERs. We have people struggling to get a family doctor. And here he is saying basically to people, drink your worries away. He's more than happy to promote alcohol, but will do nothing to actually improve the quality of the lives of the people in Ontario. Nearly 4,200 convenience stores in Ontario began selling alcohol today, and Premier Doug Ford was in Collingwood to celebrate. Ford attended Circle K on his first street to mark the occasion. So Circle K on the board of directors is former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, and they're most likely going to be buying out 7-Eleven. And part of the reason why they wanted to get the alcohol deal done early was because all of that had to be done. Again, I did a very in-depth video on this that you can find out more about. Licensed stores will be able to sell beer, cider, wine, and ready-to-drink alcoholic beverages as part of what the province calls a phased expansion. The government is also permanently allowing the transfer of wine and spirits between locations that have the same owners and or affiliate license as a way to help bars and restaurants effectively manage inventory, and will allow licensed grocery and convenience stores to display alcoholic beverages. So also back when the LCBO was the seller of alcohol, that's where bars actually had to buy their alcohol from too. But now they're finding workarounds. And also, if you're going to celebrate the launch of alcohol in stores, could you at least pick a Canadian brand? Maybe go to a Canadian craft brewery? Just saying, if you're going to do this, celebrate Canadian alcohol. Just saying. It's not like there isn't a lack of it. We don't need to go into the details of this article. Just some things that are of note when it comes to this story. So this 7-Eleven fully stocked with beer and coolers sits directly across the street from an elementary school. Unlike cannabis stores, which have to be 150 meters away from schools or daycare, the Ford government placed no restriction on where alcohol could be sold. Funny that, because also not too long ago, and I have a very long clipped video about this, he closed down 10 of the 17 safe consumption sites for being too close to schools. So he's being very picky, like very lenient when it comes to alcohol on where they're allowed to sell it. So right across from a school is fine to sell alcohol, but not marijuana or cannabis, and no safe consumption sites near them as well. But alcohol, right across the street is fine. Like, how is this not going to be a problem if it's right by a high school? I've been to high school. I was a high school student once. I know what high school kids can be like when it comes to alcohol. That's a problem. Like, if you're going to expand it out, at least use the same restrictions that you would use for cannabis. You know, if use the same restrictions, just do that at a bare minimum. Toronto resident, a good account to follow if you're still in the hostile fart sauna, says Ontario Finance Minister still hasn't explained how he's paying for these booze, just piling it on the $100 billion in debt Doug Ford's government has accumulated in 6 years. Yes. How are you paying for it? Yeah, and like I mentioned, Pierre Poilievre is like, oh no, the debt explodes under the Liberals. Actually, no. Again, credit where credit's due. The debt doesn't generally explode under the Liberals, and they often do a decent job of balancing the books. Conservatives, on the other hand, wow, are they ever bad at it? And where's all this money coming from? Oh, the taxpayers for sure. But at what expense? Just to get alcohol into convenience stores a year early. Almost $1 billion was spent on that. Taxpayer money. Taxpayer money goes into the ads spent on promoting all of this alcohol. You know, we have laws around promotion of cigarettes. Shouldn't we have those same laws about promotion of alcohol? Again, can we at least have some equal standards? But the thing is that Doug Ford doesn't have buddies that are making money off of, you know, cigarettes or cannabis. But he has buddies that are making money off of alcohol. And so he's working for them. He's not working for the people of this province. And here we have more conservatives here in this province celebrating the fact that you can just go to a convenience store and get alcohol. And also, I featured her before. She was all upset over compostable lids at Tim Hortons. But she's thrilled now that you can just walk into a store and buy alcohol. And as I've mentioned in some of my previous videos, you have to have your smart serve in order to sell alcohol. Which means a lot of people won't be able to work. A lot of people don't feel safe working at stores that sell alcohol. A lot of people are losing jobs over this, basically. But also we have this lovely map here that was made and paid for again by the conservative government of this province that will help you find where you can go to get alcohol. Yet a map like this doesn't exist to help people find a family doctor. Because this is where the Doug Ford government puts their priorities, is into alcohol. Not, you know, family doctors or ways, again, that actually help to improve your life. Yeah, and just somebody saying, like, is it appropriate for the Premier of Ontario to openly promote drinking alcohol? In Ontario, and this is coming from an MD, it leads to 6,000 deaths a year, 22,000 hospital admissions, and 194,000 ER visits a year. And remember what Doug Ford has been defunding is our health care. And he's been doing cuts there, and it's becoming harder to get into the ER and see a doctor and stuff. So how much more worse is it going to get when alcohol becomes this readily available to people? Just somebody else again pointing out, it's been 8 months since Doug Ford promised to put money into the put in the money needed to keep our ERs open. I guess he changed his mind. We all matter. We all matter, or none of us do. So instead of, you know, focusing on this, he's focusing on the alcohol. So there's something else I wanted to get to. Oh, here we go. And this is from a QP member, which is the union, part of the unions, big unions here in Ontario. 1,350 on hallway stretchers, 250,000 on surgery waitlists, only 3,000 new hospital beds planned of 16,000 needed. Frequent ER closures, funding less this year than last. Is an alcohol and convenience store just a pixie dust to distract us from our deteriorating hospital system? Yes, it is. It is. And Doug Ford has been making bank during his time in office because he's built like a mega cottage up by his old cottage, which you can now get on Airbnb. You can rent his old family cottage on Airbnb for the low price of, what is it? $750 for a minimum 3-night stay. And this cottage wasn't big enough for Doug Ford. It wasn't nice enough for Doug Ford because he built another mega cottage right next to it. Where is he getting the money to do that? On a premier's salary? He's making enough to make this cottage an Airbnb because his cottage is so much bigger. Where's he getting the money for this? Yeah, that makes you wonder. Why is Doug Ford in office? It's not to help the people of Ontario. It's to help himself and his rich buddies. Just wanted to follow up on that. I'm sure it won't be the last I talk about that situation because it is really bad. What's happening in this province under Doug Ford, and like I've said before, and I'll say it again, if there was an election held today, there's a good chance he'd get in, which is just so scary. Just turning off the fan, it's getting a bit cool in here. It's actually cool out right now, which is really nice for sleeping, you know, when I'm not too stressed to sleep. Do I need to cover this? I had a one-off article I wanted to mention. Though I did kind of want to read the whole thing if we get into it. Where are we for time? So I've only been at this for 3 hours and I still need to go over the TYT stuff. But I have an article basically talking about in the United States not too long ago, there was a landlord using AI pricing scheme to fix rents and stuff like that. Turns out the same thing is happening in Canada. Yeah, can't say I'm surprised because, you know, what happens in the United States tends to happen up here and vice versa. Like when it comes to ripping off people in capitalism, for sure. Like what you see happen in the States happens here. But I think since I've already covered so much, I'll save this article for my next live stream. So let's check the Sandbox and then I can get into the TYT stuff. Let's see. Read those. How old is she? Are you talking about Laura Chen or Lauren Southern? I have no idea. Bark Eaton Den, who cares as long as the money keeps rolling in? Yeah. I'd be a little worried if that much money started coming my way. Like, I would definitely want to know where it's coming from. Had that. Bad lefty kids don't have school surgery money. Yeah, we need free lunches in schools. Never mind. People don't have the money for surgeries in schools. Good for Gabby, especially since alcohol is so much more dangerous. None of it makes sense except when it comes to money. Also, I've already heard reports of people going to the stores to look at the alcohol, and it's more expensive. Like, part of it was, oh, the competition is supposed to bring the price down, and yet it's more expensive. Like, that's the other thing about having it all controlled under the LCBO was, you know, the prices were predictable at a bare minimum. AJ, oh my God, I've never actually think I've tried to pronounce your last name before. I don't think I know how. AJ Lefave. Glad to see you back, Sandy. I'm so sick of Ford, but I don't see it changing. Yeah. Somebody says they love my earrings. They're little turtles. Got the turtle and then a little lizard necklace. Kind of, they're both not mammals. So thank you. Bad Lefty, it would be low-key hilarious if you went 5 to 6 hours on the first show Looney missed in all ages. Yeah, it would be funny. Yes, my earrings are little turtles. And then this is a little lizard. I love lizards. They're adorable. Oh, Fab like favorite, says AG. Le Fab. Le Fab. Oh. Well, so far, Bad Lefty, I'm only at 3 hours. So, you know, depending on how long I take on this, the TYT stuff, I don't imagine it's going to take an hour. But it's definitely not going to take 2. So this will not be a 5-hour long live stream. But for the people who are just showing up, again, I just love showing it off. I love showing off my artwork. So here we go. This is the drawing I did while I was sick with COVID. And somebody I caught comment earlier asking if this is all graphite, like pencil. Yes, this is all pencil. It goes from 6H to an 8B. So 8B, basically, that's the really dark lead there. Let's see. It's so hard to show on camera because the pencil lead reflects. So, and it's just, it's one of the things, like, I discovered my talent for art during the pandemic. I haven't had an art show and stuff, and I haven't been able to actually see people see my art. And I show it on camera, and the camera does a semi-decent job of showing it, but it's not the same as seeing it with your own eyes. Like, the camera doesn't do it justice when it comes to seeing the art. And, you know, I would love to just be able to have an art show and actually see people experience my art. But, like, that's one of the things about living with poverty that a lot of people don't seem to realize, is that in order to have an art show, I'd have to rent a gallery or something of that sort, which is, generally speaking, going beyond my price range. But all my artwork needs to be framed. And I can't afford the frames for all of them. Not in one go, anyway. I try to get them when they go on sale at Michael's Art Store. But, because you know, you don't want to get Walmart cheap frames because you want frames that have acid-free mats in them, so it doesn't end up staining the paper down the road and stuff of that sort. So when it comes to this type of thing, you can't go on the cheap. So even the cheapest pack of frames that I get from Michael Art Store, it's still expensive considering the number of frames I need to get in order to frame all my artwork in order for me to be able to have an art show. So yeah, it's like, even if I wanted to have like a booth in a craft show or something of that sort, again, I'd have to pay for the table, rent a table, somehow figure out a way to display it. So I need to pay for backboards and things of that sort, pay for the frames. Then if I want prints available for sale, then I have to pre-buy those prints ahead of time and hope I sell them at the event or future events and stuff. And when you have no money to begin with, it's really hard to do that sort of thing. Oh. But yeah, Lefty, it takes money to make money. Yeah. A lot of, like, unless you've lived with poverty, you don't know what it's like at times, because like working in retail in a clothing store, you have to wear their clothing while you're working there, or you have to buy a uniform for different stores, or you have to buy certain tools and stuff in order to have different jobs. And if you're broke, you don't have that. Like even something as nice as having like a very fancy pair of dress pants in order to work at a fancy bar or something like that. Yeah. Takes money to make money. God, Lefty, if I could draw like that, I'd be showing it off too. You've got a true gift, Sandy. Thank you. Yeah, and now that I'm feeling mostly better and I'm not worried about sneezing on the paper, I'll get back to working on my thumper drawing. That's the close-up of the cat face. I've only put about 5 hours into it so far, so it's still a long way from being done. And I'm recording the entire thing of that, and I'm not entirely sure. It depends on how long it actually is in the end as to what I'm going to do with it. But I know some people are just interested in watching the process and they can find it relaxing. Anyway, I hope I remember everything I was planning on saying about this. The TYT story. That just blew up online. Because I remember like before the show, and this is why I usually scripted out my videos, was like I have all these thoughts in my head and then I'm going to present the story and I'm going to forget half of them and be like, damn it, I meant to say that. So let's see how I do with this. So on my channel, not too long ago, I posted a couple clips of me and Mike from the Humanist Report when he was on my show to chat, and we ended up talking about TYT. Both of us have connections with TYT that are no longer connections with TYT. Plus there was a clip that they had just released at that time that kind of got under our skin. So both of us wanted to comment on it, and you know, those clips on my channel actually gave my channel a nice little boost. Got a lot of new subscribers. The one clip that I posted of Mike from the Humanist Report is now like the #1 watched clip on my channel and stuff. And so like part of me is like, it's tempting to just completely grift out and make gossipy TYT stuff all the time. But the thing is again, I have principles and integrity. And I found it very hilarious, even in the comments of those couple clips that I posted from that one conversation, somebody accusing me of just being a gossip channel about TYT and using it to promote myself, which is so far from the truth. Because the thing is that you learn a lot about a person, a content creator, by the choices they make on what to present, the editorial choices. And if you look at my channel on a whole, what are you going to see? You're going to see the vast majority of my stuff is about healthcare, because that is one of my primary concerns. I cover a lot of LGBTQ plus issues. It's predominantly Canadian politics. I do dabble in American stuff, especially when it comes to social issues, because that has cross-border appeal. But without a doubt, you can look at my channel and you can see where my principles lie. But every now and then, I feel it's important to call out TYT, especially when they blow up on social media, when they're doing things that is basically harmful. Like not just to the left or messaging, but can have like real world harmful implications to people. And this is especially egregious when it comes to trans people and their takes on trans people and non-binary people and the language that they use around that and some of the right-wing talking points that they go on. And again, part of it is the stories they choose to present. Says a lot about who they are and where their principles lie. Now, the vast majority of stuff, I would imagine, still is kind of on the left when it comes to TYT. They are the home of progressives, after all. But truth be told, I don't watch them anymore, so I don't know where the bulk of their stuff is. But I have seen some trends that are troubling. Because even if you look at something like, oh, but they're very strong on Gaza. You know, Cenk and Anna are both very passionate at calling out the genocide on Gaza. But again, it's not just their personal opinion. It's also what they choose to present on their channel, what they represent, shows where their principles lie. And so you can personally say that you are against the genocide with all your throat, and Cenk does. And sometimes it's cathartic to hear him rail against a Zionist or something when he's in a debate. But at the same time, he has Ben Glebe on, who is a raging Zionist, absolutely horrible individual. But Cenk will have Ben Glebe on the main show to have these debates about what's happening in Gaza, because Cenk wants to be balanced and show both sides of a situation. There aren't two sides to a genocide. And having Ben on to argue the side of Israel and their genocide only serves to legitimize Ben's views that it is a both sides issue when it's not. And the thing is that Cenk will have Ben on to talk about Israel and Gaza, but when was the last time Cenk had somebody on who is trans, who is non-binary, to talk about, you know, our perspectives on stories and stuff, to have a debate with us about why we should exist, why we should have the right to exist? Where are those people coming on to the show to debate that? You know, how often do you see him give a platform to a climate change denier? And then some people might say, but, you know, it's okay to do it on the main show because at least he's pushing back, and Cenk does push back against Ben with his right-wing talking points. But again, the sheer fact that he's giving Ben Glebe that platform says a lot about who he is when it comes to the corporation of TYT. And sure, he might push back on the live show when it's him and Ben talking and having a debate. But that's not the only time Ben contributes to TYT. Ben also posted a Rebel HQ video that was about 15 minutes long. That was the most Zionist piece of shit I had ever seen on TYT. Ben was just saying all the horrendous things that you can imagine when, you know, spewing the debunked things that happened on October 7th, Ben's point of view when it comes to what Hamas is, what Palestinians are, all of that. And that went unchallenged. And it's part of their network. Because, again, Cenk is more than happy to share his platform with somebody like Ben. But when it comes to queer issues, it's odd how queer folks just seem to have trickled away from the network. But there's no, hey, why don't you guys come back? You know, why don't we have a heart-to-heart? Why don't we actually talk about this? You know, we're all on the left. We're all in this together. We should be able to sit down as adults and talk about this issue. But somehow that never seems to happen. Somehow we never get invited back onto the show to talk about this. But when issues do come up, and their takes on crime recently have been quite horrendous, whenever people on the left push back in the slightest or try to correct them, suddenly they blow up. Like, you know, oh, we have to agree on 100%. Like, even if we have a 2% disagreement, then suddenly we're Nazis and things of that sort. Nah, we can't have any disagreements on the left and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, we have plenty of disagreements on the left. But we should be able to talk about it. You should be able to have people to come on in good faith to talk about things as inflammatory as what you're talking about and have good faith conversations about it the same way you give it to a genocidal Zionist. And it has to be more than just, you know, inviting Olemi on to talk about crime statistics and stuff and then totally condescend to her the entire time. You know, it's about having good faith conversations, good faith interactions. And it's the people who are trying to help TYT get back to where we thought they were that they tend to lash out at the most. And so recently, they chose to amplify a story. And again, a lot of it has to do in the stories they choose to present. And we've seen this when it comes to trans issues before, when it comes to certain types of crime before, how they'll take one outlier of a protest with trans people where, you know, the right-wing presenters felt threatened enough to go into a room. Oh, they're too radical on the left. These trans activists are so radical. They'll promote like those stories, but say barely anything about the hundreds and hundreds of bills being passed through American legislation that is literally stripping away people's right to exist. You know, they'll choose an outlier of one, those independent schools. I forget what they're called in the States. Charter school, that's it. You know, this one charter school that had this weird, you know, anti or a DEI type curriculum for elementary kids or something of that sort, or like this completely outlier case, and use it and prop it up trying to say and paint all leftists as being this extreme and radical and stuff. And Cenk has this annoying habit of, you know, trying to make us a monolith, and we're not. You know, no group is a monolith. And it gets frustrating because of how vitriolic they get towards other leftists. Yet when it comes to right-wingers, they seem to be so much more willing to cede ground to, you know, let's sit down and have a good faith conversation. That's fine. But when it's people on the left, it's just instant yelling. It's instant dismissing. It's instant, oh, the left can't be convinced of anything reasonable because they're all here and they want this and that and the other thing. And this is why I'm bringing up this story. It's not so much the story in itself, but it's how they're reacting to it. And the story itself is pretty bad to begin with. So what the story is apparently, it was reported down in the States that a Venezuelan gang has taken over an apartment complex and is threatening the residents and all this sort of stuff. And the problem is that there's no proof of this. And it looks like the landlords had let the building fall apart to the point where it's actually dangerous for the tenants, and the landlords are refusing to make any improvements, and the tenants have said for years that they are in danger, but not from gangs, but from the deteriorating state of the buildings and things of that sort. And there's all this misinformation going around, and the thing is that they're focusing on, you know, the reports from the landlords, from the police, from local media that also has the same biases as TYT does when it comes to getting clicks. You know, again, a lot of your principles shows in what you choose to present. I could present TYT stuff every live stream and it would help my numbers. It would. It's kind of frustrating to me when I see how well, like if you look at my top 5 videos, 4 of them are about TYT. And I do kind of find that frustrating. But there's no way I'm going to devote my channel to that. No, I'm still going to make the videos about Doug Ford and healthcare. You know, healthcare in Alberta, Saskatchewan, you know, what's happening about the Science Center and all this sort of stuff. Videos where I'm like trying my best to push them over 100 views. Because that's what's important to me. And it's not only that, I feel like the stories I cover are significant to others because it has real world impact. You know, the policies of the government has real world impact. The amount of social murder the Doug Ford government is responsible for is disgusting. And as somebody who lives in a vulnerable group, I live with disabilities, I live with poverty, I'm part of the LGBTQ plus community, I don't see enough representation of me and people like me online. So I feel it's important to get my voice out. And I do this knowing I have to fight for every view I get. I have to work for it. You know, I want nothing more than for my channel to have over 10,000 subscribers by the time the next provincial or federal election comes around in Canada and in Ontario. And I have to work for it. Yet I could easily just become a grifter and focus on talking smack about TYT and my channel would take off. So when I see TYT choosing these sensationalized stories for the sake of clicks, it's really disappointing and says a lot about them. And so they did exactly what some local media did, and they cherry-picked, you know, people to talk to when it came to this specific story to make it in the most, you know, outrageous, salacious story possible without actually looking at all the facts on the ground, without accounting for anything. But then as soon as they would hear anything that kind of pushes against the narrative that they want, the narrative that would get them their clicks, the narrative that would back up their opinions and their talking points, as soon as they get any pushback, they launch attacks on those people and say, well, you just love crime then. Really, people on the left, notorious crime lovers. And so there's a series of tweets that kind of paint a good picture of all of this that I wanted to touch on. And then there's another clip that I wanted to touch on where, again, it's just showing this really weird right-wing takes, especially coming from Anna, that are just becoming more and more predominant on the main show. And like I said, she's not of the left, she's not of the right. She is a pendulum, and she swings, and she'll have left-wing takes and she'll have right-wing takes, and it'll go back and forth. But over time, the center of that pendulum has been shifting more and more to the right. And so the left-wing takes are becoming fewer and far in between, and the right-wing takes are becoming more extreme. And so we'll get to that as well. So first, let's start with some of these tweets. Oops. So, from Cenk Uygur, local news in Colorado has absolutely confirmed Venezuelan gangs took over apartment buildings in Aurora, including a report by legal team hired by the property owners. So why are the local authorities ceding U.S. territory to foreign gangs? Why haven't the cops gone in already? The cops, famously known for not cracking down on immigrants. Like, this tweet in and of itself, the focus on the fact that they're saying Venezuelan gangs, you know, that are doing this, targeting a group of immigrants, sensationalizing that Venezuelan gangs. is already problematic. Could it just been gangs? And then, absolute unconditional proof, including a report by the legal team hired by the property owners. The same property owners that people who live in the buildings say have let the buildings deteriorate so much that they're basically condemned. But the property owners want to distract by that. So suddenly there's gangs of people coming in and robbing the apartment, taking it over. It's now like a little Venezuelan town in this apartment building, and the police are just not doing anything about it. Of course not. The police, with all their military equipment and resources, are doing nothing to stop this gang from terrorizing a local community. Because it's not like they don't have the firepower capable of doing it. It's not like they don't have a whole bunch of trigger-happy people that would love the opportunity to go in guns blazing to shoot a whole bunch of brown people. No, that's not the police in the United States. Not at all. So then Chang says here, to clarify, it wasn't the property owner who hired the legal team that proved the extortion, etc. It was the lenders. You gotta make sure that you're giving out factual information here. That's an important distinction because the landlords don't seem trustworthy. Really? Landlords not trustworthy? These are also residents who clearly say they were driven out. All Latinos, by the way. Yeah, so we're not being racist by pointing out it's a Venezuelan gang because the people that the Venezuelan gang are targeting are Latinos. So we're not racist for pointing that out. It's just, what is it? Venezuelan on Latino crime. And so Jeff here, he's actually been pushing back a lot on Anna and Cenk when it comes to this. And he says, interim Aurora Police Chief Heather Morris said gang members had not taken over and weren't collecting rent. And then Cenk is just like, oh, well, watch our show tonight and we'll show you proof. And there was more that I wanted to get to on this. There we go. So somebody just commenting, you've lost your way. And what does Cenk do? Says, why are you pro-criminal gang terrorizing the working class? Just bang. Doesn't want to have a real conversation. Doesn't want to push back. Doesn't want to see the nuance. Just immediately, as soon as people question Cenk's take on it, you're pro-gangs terrorizing these working people. No, it's the landlords who are terrorizing the people in that building. And the thing is that there's not too many, concrete facts out there because there's just so much being thrown into the atmosphere. But really, why are they focusing on this story to begin with? What is it about this one story, this one potential outlier? Like, is there an epidemic of gangs of any sort across the country that are targeting apartment buildings and taking them over, literally like just taking them over and charging rent to the tenants and bypassing the landlords? Is this a widespread problem, or is this a cherry-picked story that they wanted to cover? So here's, Cenk just mentioning again, agree with online right-winger 2%, their reaction, welcome to the party, Megan welcomes you. Agree with online leftists, 98%, their reactions, Nazis. But again, that's actually why, a little bit, the percentage is off. But that is why people like Anna gets pulled a little bit more over to the right, over and over again, because if you agree with the right wing on anything, they are very welcoming, especially if you're someone who is on the left, because they can use you as a proxy to legitimize a lot of their talking points. Again, the whole useful idiots that seems to be a trend on the right wing. But yeah, the right wing is like, oh yeah, we'll embrace you as long as we can use you. And as a lot of people who have left the left, especially if they're, I don't know, let's say they're gay and married and use surrogates to have babies, Dave Rubin, they learn the hard way that the only reason why they were accepted was because they were being used. And yeah, people on the left, you know, we have disagreements, but, you know, it really depends on what those disagreements are about. And we have conversations, but with Cenk, it's not, you know, that 2% disagreement we have and suddenly we're calling him a Nazi because, again, he accused Lance from the Serbs. Lance is the reason why everyone outside of Canada seems to think we're all maple syrup hockey playing, you know, maple syrup chugging hockey player moose herders. You know, Lance is the reason for that. He is just the most stereotypical Canadian out there and polite. And he gave some of the most milquetoast pushback out there. And Cenk immediately accused Lance of calling him a fascist, which never happened. It's like, prove it. Show the clip of Lance, you know, sitting there calling Cenk a fascist. And so Cenk is very quick to say, oh, well, you know, they're calling us Nazis and stuff. And yet you see how fast he will go to name calling other people who just say, yeah, I don't agree with you anymore. Oh, it's because you love gangs and you're pro-terrorist. And so somebody's just saying one more time in English, even 2% disagreement is not allowed with online leftists. Independent thinking is enormously frowned upon. But I want to be clear, they are a tiny, tiny fraction of the left wing in this country. The overwhelming majority of the actual left-wing voters agree with my positions. Some here, some there. And here is somebody rightfully pointing out, again, to that 2% comment, you know, the reactionary and the 98%. And somebody basically saying, it's not the times you agree with them on, it's what you agree with them on. And that has a lot of weight to it. It has a lot of merit to it because, you know, the main reason why I call out TYT the most is when it comes to trans issues and their language around their outrage over the term birthing person and stuff. Those are things that personally affect me. And I'm sorry, we can agree on 75% of the things. But if you don't believe I have the right to exist as an individual, that's a hard line for me. Okay? Yeah, there's no crossing that. You know, if you don't support equal rights for trans people, that's a hard line for me. And Cenk will say, oh, but we do. You know, we're the most supportive progressive network when it comes to trans issues. But no, because they're only partially. They're accepting of the human rights for trans folks that they like, that they're comfortable with, but they're not okay with actual just blanket human rights for trans people. Because Cenk will throw in all these caveats about sports or about, you know, therapies or children when it comes to being trans and all these sorts of things. And all of a sudden there's all these caveats. And it's like, no, you can't be partially for human rights and equal rights. And so I have hard lines when it comes to that. And so it could be things too, like when it comes to the issues that are happening in Gaza right now, we can agree with 90% of things. Okay, we can agree with 99% of things. But if you are pro-genocide, that's a hard line for me. Okay? That is, there's no crossing that for me. And I will say that you need to shut up if that's what you're promoting. And so somebody just saying in response to this, so in response to this person's comment, just saying it's not the times you agree with them on, it's what you agree with them on. And Cenk says, no, there is no issue where you're allowed to disagree with online leftists even a smidge without being called right-wing ultra mega sellout. Again, just launching those attacks on people. Just launching them like, no, we're talking about nuanced conversations. Like this here is a nuanced take from this person. And Cenk is just, no, I disagree with you. So left-wing people are calling me a mega sellout. And the thing is that if there are actually people now referring to Cenk and Anna as sellouts on the left, it takes a little bit more than a take for people on the left to start doing that, because we actually cut each other a fair bit of slack. Like the amount of slack cut to Cenk and Anna when that birthing person fiasco started was almost painful, how much slack was cut to them from other online leftists. But then right away, they accuse those online leftists of referring to them as fascists and stuff. And then this person saying, I think running with the PR cooked up by slumlords who charge $1,200 to $1,400 for a place with literal holes in the walls while dehumanizing asylum seekers warrants criticism. And that's what this is. We're criticizing their takes. The landlords didn't pay for the reports that proved the extortion. It was the lenders. The landlords are jerks for other reasons, and no one is defending them. The gangs are terrorizing other Venezuelan migrants, and you're cheerleading it. It's the migrants who need help. How is what you're doing, this coverage that you're doing, actually helping the migrants? Now, let's see. There's a new version of this post. Oh, I see. That's why it's kind of in gray. This is an older version, so let's click on that to see what the new version is. Okay, so, it looks this. Oh, what? Wait. Huh. What's this? Is that Elon Musk responding to Cenk? Saying 30% of the time it works, 98% of the time? About, the mega embracing people who have right-wing takes? Surely this is a parody account. Oh, 196 million followers. Nope, that's actually Elon Musk's account. Replying to Cenk. If I start getting people like Elon Musk, Tim Pool and stuff, replying to me favorably, retweeting my things, that's time for introspection right there. That's time to look. So I don't have it on my tweets that I'm going to focus on with Anna, but other people have noticed that some of those tweets have been retweeted by Tim Pool. And in the past, when it came to like the birthing person controversy, again, the amount of right-wingers that were talking favorably to Anna and retweeting her. When that happens, you need to look inward. If I start getting a whole bunch of right-wingers, praising my work, I've done something really wrong. Because I don't want to be on their side. I don't want to be in their good graces because I feel the vast majority of them are horrible people. A lot of right-wingers want people like me to not exist. They're okay with the genocide in Gaza. Okay? They are trying to ban trans people in the United States. I don't want to be friends with them. And so if a whole bunch of them just start suddenly, getting all cozy with me and supporting me, okay, I have done something severely wrong. Like something because really, my sarcasm can be bad at times, but then that would be a really big misstep right there. So here is Anna, getting in on all of this. And her tweet that started off some of these firestorms. So, Colorado law firm reports claims Venezuelan gangs has a stranglehold on apartments takeover began in 2023. CBS News Colorado also obtained internal Aurora police documents because, police, notoriously reliable sources of information, truthful to a fault, the police are, from June that appeared to support some of the law firm's conclusions. An officer reported responding to a call from a house cleaner at Whispering Pines. He said she told police she was threatened that she needed to give up the keys to vacant apartments at Whispering Pine apartment so that a group of Venezuelans can move people into the Whispering Pines apartment. The officer reported suspects left, but not before warning her to comply or else they would kill her or her family. The Aurora officer wrote to fellow officers, I would highly recommend you guys take 2 to 3 friends with you when responding to any calls out there. Now, I'm not ruling out the possibility that there is a gang terrorizing this apartment complex. Like, that's the thing. I don't rule it out, but I don't see the proof either. Like, you have one-off stories, and the people who like to get onto the local media are also people who are looking for fame. Media is not the same thing as it used to be once upon a time. And so, where are the actual sources? And she continues with saying, so I want to understand how the same police department is now denying that there are any issues with Venezuelan gangs in the area. What the fuck is going on here? Now, here's the thing. You're already getting contradictory information and you're wondering what the fuck is going on here, and yet you're reporting on it like you know exactly what's going on. And so what do you do? Like, where's the investigative journalism? Like, TYT is a big organization. If your priority is focusing on this story, send someone there. Do the investigative journalism. Don't rely on these reports from people with biases, from the police, the landlords, the media with their own biases. Send someone. It can't be more dangerous to send Dave Schuster there as it was to send Emma Vigeland when she was a young woman to Trump rallies. Send someone there to clear it up because you've already focused so much attention on this. Do the investigating part. Find out what the fuck is going on because, yeah, there could be people in danger in those apartment buildings, and I want to make sure that they're not in danger. Because I do care about crime. I don't want crime to happen. But the thing is that when they accuse us of saying we're pro-crime because we push back on things, it's not because we're pro-crime. We're pro-looking at the reasons, the systemic reasons that are causing that crime and wanting to deal with those as opposed to just saying, lock everyone up, crack down on them harder, send more people away to jail, tear apart more families, ruin more lives. We actually want to deal with the cause of the crime, the reason that it's happening. So Anna says a resident who managed to flee the building with the help of a city council member describes the terror she lived under and how Aurora Police Department wouldn't help her. And to be fair, the police department also notorious for not actually helping people. That is a thing. Like, if crimes are committed, they don't necessarily, come to your rescue unless you're rich and it's a property crime. And so Jeff is pushing back, saying what is going on. Indeed, there's conflicting stories. And so how about instead of, so forcefully amplifying the story, you find out what's happening with it first. If you're going to make these salacious claims about Venezuelan gangs terrorizing this community, maybe find out actual facts first as opposed to just reading a few headlines, listening to a few clips. Because here it says, tenants are troubled, Colorado apartment speaks out against Venezuelan gangs and stuff. So there are reports on it. There's conflicting stories. And then Anna says, I think it's very likely the landlord is a piece of shit, but both things can be true. And these are working class people and migrants who can't afford to move. So if there is a gang problem, complaining about it could be risky and dangerous. And you know what? That is true. That is, if you're in an area where there's a lot of gang activity and a lot of criminal activity, going to the police could be dangerous. But going to the police could be dangerous because you're dealing with the police as well. And then here's somebody saying, I'm really sorry to see you switch teams. You'd be better off being Bill Maher's sidekick. So again, it's not just editorial choices. It's also, who does Anna, generally speaking, choose to reply to when it comes to these comments? Like when it came, again, to issues around trans people and the birthing comments, she would launch attacks on trans people. And she would cherry pick things. And Jake does a lot of this too on who he replies to, where he will launch insults on a Twitter account that has, 100 followers because somebody had the gall to suggest that, why don't you talk to your nephew about this subject? And I've covered those exact exchanges. And so here's Anna saying, I've never provided cover for violent gang members. Sorry, you were under the impression I ever did. So back to her and Jeff's Twitter conversation on this. So Jeff says, maybe one thing led to another, a slumlord preying on poor, desperate people, some of whom turned to crime and gang activity. So again, this isn't being pro-criminal. This is Jeff being nuanced and saying we should be looking at the causes of what crime is. And he says, since cops don't really work for poor people, the whole situation gets ignored until the media picks it up. I don't know. And then Anna says, buildings that are neglected tend to be prime targets of criminals and violent gangs. I don't think the people living there were gang members. At least I haven't seen any evidence of that, but gangs likely noticed the poor conditions of the building, took advantage. Is that a problem in the States again? Are gangs just like roaming neighborhoods looking for apartment complexes to take over? Like, if this is a wider issue, are you not talking about that? Or why are you just, again, cherry picking this one outlier story? But Jeff says, fair enough, I could see that happening. I'm just wary of any narratives coming out of this for now. Again, that is a very reasonable take, with all this information that's just being blasted out there right now because this story is seeing its 15 minutes in fame. We're going to get a lot of contradictory information. We're going to get a lot of information from people who have agendas. And this is why when, in particular, a specific instance of a bombing or an attack within Gaza or something happens, I usually like to wait until the dust settles before you start saying things. Because there's going to be a lot of information coming out. There's going to be a lot of contradicting stories. And to instantly latch on to the first thing you hear, it doesn't do you good and it doesn't serve your audience well. You want to get a full picture. And this is why I'm often late to a story, is because I want the full story. I want to know what's happening. And because I do this, because I have that principle, that means that when I do report on that story, it's not going to get the same clicks because it's no longer, the highlight. It's no longer being, it's past its moment. It's past its prime. And so Anna says, just to be clear, you're willing to believe that the landlord is at fault, but you are unwilling to believe that Venezuelan gangs are a problem in this area, despite investigations and testimonies from other residents that show it's true. Is it possible that you're allowing your bias to blind you to inconvenient realities? I know it's hard for leftists to accept this, but crime is a real thing. How did that comment warrant that response? He says, fair enough, I could see that happening. So he's already conceding that this could be a problem. That, yeah, a gang could be taking over this building. It could be a problem. And he's just saying, I'm wary of narratives coming out of this for now. And suddenly it's like, oh, no, you're just refusing to believe that this Venezuelan gang has taken over this apartment complex and is terrorizing these people. You're just refusing to believe that because you're pro-crime. Because people on the left, you refuse to accept crime as a real issue in this country. How does Jeff's comment warrant that response? And he says, actually, I agree with you that both could be true, but I'm reserving judgment because currently there are conflicting reports on this. And again, just showing some of the attitude that they have when it comes to the slightest bit of pushback. So we have here breaking Kremlin agents in US worth millions, Twitter followers, the story that we just talked about with Russia. And then somebody just replying to that saying, wonder why Anna Kasparian didn't speak on this. She has so much to say about the left nowadays. And then she says, I covered it on the show yesterday, doing a follow-up today. I'm not in a partisan cult. Truth matters and will prevail. Truth matters? Does it? Because you seem to be reluctant to accept anything other than your already preconceived notion of what happened. Because she's accusing other people of not accepting other viewpoints, but she's refusing to do it herself. And again, just showing how she's just launching off onto people. So she says here, direct quote from the city about the report that this commentator is lying about the information and claims. The letter underscored APD and other law enforcement agencies formed a special task force to investigate crime. So just talking about crime again. She's all about talking about crime. Because somebody's saying, you know, local media is claiming the report by the law firm represents the landlord is fake. And somebody's saying there was literally a school shooting yesterday where kids died, and you decide to focus on the horrors of immigrants. This is why people are concerned about your new values. And again, this is actually a nuanced criticism. It is saying, like, why are you choosing to cherry pick this one story about Venezuelan gangs when here is another school shooting on like the first few days of school even starting? School shootings are a problem in the United States. That's a widespread across the country problem. And there are reasons for it and nuanced takes about it and lots of territory you can cover on that. And it affects so many more people. But this is her response to that person just saying, like, you know, why are you choosing to cover this story over the shooting? What shooting? It didn't happen. It's a figment of your imagination. Why are you making it up? Whose team are you on? Shill, grifter, liar. That's what leftists sound like on Twitter when issues of public safety come up. And we're covering the shooting today. Very first story. You're welcome. You see, the thing is that it gets a lot more difficult for people on the left to want to try to reach out in good faith if this is the response that we're going to receive. They are showing zero willingness to have good faith conversations with people on the left. And it's getting worse with their attacks towards people who are just saying, can we have more nuance? Can I ask a question like, why are you covering this story and not another? Like, anyone on my show can ask me, like, why am I covering a specific story? And I have a reason. I can give you a reason. You know, I cover a lot of healthcare stories about Doug Ford, about Pierre Poilievre, about Justin Trudeau, and I can give you, you know, very concrete personal reasons why I am covering all of these stories. But to say, like, why are you covering this one outlier story with conflicting facts versus a school shooting where here's part of it. The shooter, who was a white boy, he was 14, was taken in alive by the police. You know, there's some content there that you can talk about, some nuanced takes and stuff, you know, the way that you can look at that, how there seems to be a trend of white shooters being taken in alive by the police versus a lot of black kids that have no guns, that kill no one, and yet are still killed by the police on a regular basis. But somehow this kid who shot and killed 4 people was taken in alive by the police. You know, you can talk about his ability to get the gun, the fact that it was so readily available, how his father is also being charged in this and should be for allowing access for his son to have this, how there's that mental health crisis in the United States, how this kid was on a watch list, like he was already talked to a year before this. So how was it that nothing happened in between then and now to maybe reach out to this kid, to get him the help that he needed, to prevent this from happening? There's a lot that can go into that story versus the Venezuelan gangs are taking over an apartment complex. But the story about the shooting also reveals more of Anna's takes. And, you know, I saw this clip online and I'm thinking, okay, this clip, it is just a clip. It's taken out of context. But, you know, I watched the full video segment from TYT and, okay, her brain is fried. Like it has gone down that true crime rabbit hole like nobody's business. Like just white suburban housewife, you know, true crime fixation. Like what she says in this clip kind of blew my mind. So it starts at about the 13-minute mark into this. And you can see the clip here. FBI was warned about 14-year-old school shooting suspect a year ago. So if you want, go and watch the full clip. Get the full context for yourself. I'm starting at about 13 minutes into this because that's when her and Cenk get back and forth in it.
Okay, this will never happen in America, but I would say you're allowed to own a gun, but you have to have it locked in a locker that is not in your house, that is in a facility somewhere else, okay?
I disagree.
Yeah, I know,
I disagree, Cenk.
I know, okay.
Okay, but Cenk, okay, look, you and I have...
So they're allowed to disagree without calling each other fascists right off the bat, okay? Like, yeah, you can disagree, okay, that's fine.
I know, okay.
Okay, but Cenk, okay, look, you and I have a lot of these private conversations. So let me just ask you publicly, okay? As a Californian, as an Angelino, you know full well that right now there is a huge problem with what Karen Bass, the mayor of LA, has dubbed crime tourism, where people are literally coming here from other countries, okay? They're flying here on short-term visas. They're committing crimes, including invading people's homes to rob them as they are in their homes, okay? And what are people supposed to do if there are people coming in fully armed, ready to rob them, threatening their lives? They're not allowed to have a weapon to defend themselves in their own home. They have to have it locked away in a lockbox in some other location. That makes no sense.
No, and
okay, all of that made no sense right there. What the fuck? Okay, has the purge actually started to happen in the United States? Like, is that a real thing where you have crime tourists coming in to commit crime? Like, here's the funny thing. If you come in on an airplane and you go to somebody to rob all their stuff, you know what? There's like only a certain amount of luggage you can take back. You know, if you want to steal that TV and stuff, you have to somehow squeeze it into your suitcase. Like you can't really just take it back. And they're coming in on visas? She actually said that? Let's backtrack just a bit here.
As an Angelino, you know full well that right now there is a huge problem with what Karen Bass, the mayor of LA, has dubbed crime tourism, where people are literally coming here from other countries, okay? They're flying here on short-term visas.
So they're flying there on short-term visas and they're going to go fly back home with all the goods they stole shoved into their suitcases. But they're coming in on short-term visas. Okay, how do you apply for that? How easy is it to get a short-term visa to get into the United States? Huh? Like, what do you put on your application? So, reason for the work visa. Oh, I have crime to commit in the United States. Yeah, I just want a short-term visa so that I can go in there and terrorize an apartment complex. Oh, but I'm not a landlord. I'm not terrorizing them in that way. I mean that I want to go and break into their homes while they're still there and steal all their stuff. And maybe I'll sell some, but maybe, I'll shove other things back in my suitcase to go back home. But yeah, so where on the application do I put that I want to be a criminal for my short-term visa application? Like, how easy is it to get that? Like, I'm not an immigrant expert here. I don't know the immigration system of the United States all that well. But I would imagine there's a fair bit of hoops you have to jump through in order to get a short-term visa. Okay? Like, you would have to do a lot, prove a lot. Prove like, okay, so what job are you going to the United States for? Because short-term visas are usually things for like you have a job, a temporary job. So can you prove who is going to be your employer? Where will you be staying? They'll check you out to make sure you're not at risk of overstaying your visa and things of that sort. Like, I'm pretty sure a fair bit has to go into it, but they're flying in. But I thought, Venezuelan immigrants and migrants, I thought they all kind of just crossed the border down in Mexico and walk in. So they're not the ones flying in. So you have people from around the world flying in to LA specifically into her area to commit crimes on short-term visas because the purge is happening there. And that's where you go for crime tourism. You go to the United States where, they have militarized police forces. That if you are brown and caught walking down the street in a way that the police don't like, there's a strong possibility you could be shot. But no, you just have these people on short-term visas flying in to her area to commit these brutal crimes. Are you fucking kidding me? How does your brain rot so much that you believe this? Is there a possibility of a crime spike in her area? Sure, why not? Vast majority of crime doesn't happen in neighborhoods she would be in. The vast majority of crimes happens in areas that are impoverished. Areas with the horrendous landlords that let their buildings, fall apart and things of that sort. And again, it's a societal issue. There's nuance. There's reasons why you have to deal with that. Crime is not a good thing. But in order to get rid of crime, you need to get to the root causes of them. And that's a societal issue. That's lack of employment, lack of health care, lack of mental health care, lack of affordability when it comes to living in places. Because, if people could easily move away from that building that's been terrorized by the Venezuelan gang, then there would be no problem, but they can't, because they can't afford rent anywhere else if they were to move out. You got to look at all the systemic issues that have led to that point. But to suddenly be like, no, there are people getting short-term visas flying into my area because you, Cenk, you live in the same California area as I do, so you know this, that they're flying in on short-term visas to rob you while you're in your home. Wow. That is a hot take. Oh, that is definitely a hot take there.
They're committing crimes, including invading people's homes to rob them as they are in their homes.
And just statistically speaking, when people go to rob a residence, they don't want the people home, especially in the United States. Why? Because a lot of people have guns in the United States. And if you knock on their door and they aren't expecting you and they shoot you through the door, the vast majority of times in the United States, they get away with it. They're allowed to just shoot people through the door because, they were a threat. They were on my property. It's stand your ground. And so of all the places that criminals can fly to go into people's homes while they're there to rob them, I don't think the United States would be high on that list. Because you are gambling with your life if you do that. Back when I was working at Rebel HQ, I covered story after story of people who were accidentally shot by people who own guns. And this actually goes to Cenk's point on why guns shouldn't be on a residence, because when you have guns that are that easily accessible, they tend to get used on moments of hysteria, of moments of, threat without thinking things through. It's like, oh no, I feel threatened, I'm just going to shoot. As opposed to, like here in Canada, you actually have a duty to retreat. That first. If somebody is breaking in your home, you have to try to first escape the situation before you're allowed to kill them. It can happen where you're pinned down, and if you have a legal or illegal gun here in Canada, then, use it to defend yourself. But, you have that duty to retreat first. But in the United States, nothing like that exists. And so you have people breaking into homes while the people who live there are home with guns that are readily available and abundant in the United States. Really? That's a thing. That's a problem there. That's an epidemic of crime, massive crime waves of people breaking into homes while the owners are there, knowing damn well they can get shot. And if they are from Venezuela, then if the police show up, they're definitely getting shot.
Okay. And what are people supposed to do if there are people coming in fully armed, ready to rob them, threatening their lives? They're not allowed to have a weapon to defend themselves in their own home. They have to have it locked away in a lockbox in some other location. That makes no sense.
No, Anna, it doesn't make sense because we're already in an ocean of weapons. That's why my proposal I think is definitely the right one, but will never be implemented in America. So if we had implemented my proposal in the first place, we wouldn't be in an ocean of guns. So when you arrive from Venezuela, by the way, they're coming in through the airport, the criminal gangs wouldn't be like, here's a weapon, here's a weapon, here's a weapon. Everybody gets a weapon because there's like over 300 million guns in the country and nobody's doing anything about it. And if you arrested someone for having a weapon, the right wing takes your head off. So, it's not realistic at this point when there's already hundreds of millions of weapons out there. But let's keep going. Let's make it 400 million, 500 million. And you know what'll happen? More people will die and everybody will go, golly gee, what should we do about the mass shootings? And then the answer is super obvious. Ban the weapons that are doing it, but they won't. Instead, they'll have nonsense conversations about mental health as if America's the only place that has mental health issues and about too many doors and etc. And by the way, the dad should definitely be arrested. So you said that it was not unsupervised access. It turns out it was. You said it was only hunting rifles and it turns out it was an AR weapon. So you were lying the whole time. And by the way, when I talk about gun culture, look guys, a lot of it is uncomfortable and there's a lot of good people who participate in a normal part of so-called gun culture. And this guy says that he was a normal part of it. And I get it, and I know people who've done it, and I know that it's an important part of your life, which is hunting, okay? I understand that. Having said that, he started teaching his kid, I don't know, but I guess earlier than 13, to go how to handle weapons, shoot weapons, hunting, etc. Well, I know, I got kids. They're not mature enough to hold a weapon, shoot a weapon, and think that the answer to life's problems is shooting weapons. So that's part of the gun culture, and a lot of good people participate in that culture, and they'll be super mad at me, and they'll say, no way, that's no problem at all. But you're wrong. Teaching young kids how to shoot guns is a terrible idea.
So here was Cenk, he was going on and it's like, okay, these are reasonable takes when it comes to gun culture in the United States. And then suddenly it's a quick turnaround. It's like, but then there's these people who will disagree with me and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, part of the frustrating thing is when I do see a lot of clips from TYT these days, you're watching it and it's like, oh, there's a reasonable take. But then suddenly Cenk will insert in something like, but the leftists will blow up at me if I suggest anything other than what they want and a full abolition of guns completely. Personally, I think all guns should be banned. I live in Canada though, I get to say that. But I'm not going to yell and scream at somebody with Cenk's takes on what should happen with guns. Because I'm also realistic and I know, okay, you're not going to get rid of all guns in the United States. It's just not going to happen. And, you know, sometimes you have to take steps towards it. Those were reasonable takes. But immediately it's like, oh no, but if they don't agree with me, they're just going to attack me completely. I don't agree with him. I believe all guns should be taken away. I'm not going to attack him on that point, though.
Terrible. It's not at all surprising that a certain percentage of them to go, hey, Dad, good idea. Instead of using it for deer, why don't I use it to murder the kids that are annoying me in school? You know why? Because they're 13 and 14, and some of them have mental health problems. Giving them weapons is dumb.
Well, there's now precedent with one of the past school shooters, not only.
So we don't need to get to the rest of that. But again, part of the reason why I'm focusing on this is, you know, their YouTube channel has over 6 million subscribers. They have their own network. They have other channels that have millions of subscribers. They have like the biggest reach, and they sell themselves as the progressive online left. They're not. They're not anymore. I don't know if they ever were, but they're definitely not now. And spewing this type of rhetoric, you know, again, it legitimizes other people's fears. When Anna goes on a rant like that saying, oh no, there's definitely crime happening here. They're breaking into the homes on the short-term visas. Then that legitimizes the right-wing talking points about how out of control crime is, despite the fact the statistics show otherwise. You know, you're going off of personal biases, off of experiences, anecdotes that you might have in your own life. And you're using that to paint a picture of what's happening across the country when it's not the case. You have to look at the actual statistics. And she's refusing to do that. And instead, she's just latching on to these ideas of these sensationalized, crime-ridden hellholes that they're living in right now, and using that to get clicks, to get attention, and to get right-wingers to like her even more, to encourage her. It's like that positive, but it's a very negative feedback loop where she says something that's a little right-wing, and right-wingers compliment her and tell her that she's so brave and that she says that and it's so great of her. And then suddenly they stop doing it because she hasn't gone further. So then suddenly she goes a little bit further. And then the right again is like, oh, you're so brave. You're amazing for doing this. But then they stop again, and she's no longer getting that positive reinforcement. Well, maybe she could have in their left-wing take, but the instant she has in their left-wing take, people on the left question her. You know, like maybe, I don't know, have you looked into this? Here's the nuance. Why are you choosing this story? And, oh, that doesn't feel as good, but, oh, now I have this right-wing take, and here's all these right-wingers now patting me on the back and giving me all this positive attention and feedback. So, okay, actually, when you look at it this way, then maybe I can go a little bit further here on the right, because this still seems reasonable to me now. And then she stops, and the right wing stops praising her. And then suddenly, well, I have this left wing take on this, and then the left push back. Again, she's not getting that positive affirmation there. And so slowly and slowly, this pendulum that she's on swings further and further to the right. And I will be making a video essay about this that goes into depth as to how this happens. But it is important, even though I don't want my channel to be about TYT, it is important to cover this because of the significance of what TYT is, what they represent, the message they send out, and how that affects people watching. You know, how that makes people complicit in certain right-wing talking points, how it legitimizes certain right-wing talking points, and how this has real-world harm to a lot of people. Because, you know, right-wingers can spew a lot of these things, but people on the left will dismiss it because it's coming from the right, and we know they're coming from a dishonest perspective. We know that they're grifting. We know that they're just trying to harm and stuff like that. But if you hear it from somebody that you look up to, that you admire, that you trust, somebody on the left, well, then maybe it's a little bit more reasonable. And maybe, maybe those trans activists are demanding too much, wanting to be on sports. Maybe crime is that bad. Maybe we all should have guns. And then you get Elon Musk saying, yeah, I think you're right on this. I think you're right. And that's the thing. You are right. You're getting more right as you go. So, yeah. Nuance, looking into things. Don't be afraid to actually accept criticism. Don't be afraid to be wrong. And when you are wrong, own it. Acknowledge it. Admit it. Don't dig your feet deeper into the sand. You're human. It's okay. We all fuck up from time to time. And I hope that when that happens, when I fuck up, that, people will give me that benefit of a doubt, because you watch my content, you watch my regular content, and I'm coming from a place, a good-natured place. I'm coming from a place of wanting to do right. And if I mess up on that, I want to know. And I want to be a better person, because I want the people in my community, the people around me, the people of this country to have better lives. And that's why I cover the stories I cover. It's not for clicks. It's because I'm doing what I can when I can, and I want to make the best possible change that I can within my resources. So this is not going to be a TYT Smack Talk channel, but please, for people who are watching this segment, who believe that, I would really appreciate you watching my other stuff too, because even if you're American, what's happening here to our healthcare, what's happening in our politics resonates so much with what's happening in the United States. It's all connected. And in order for us to fight this right-wing tide, we need solidarity on both sides of the border, on the left. Because the right wing has definitely done a good job of that. We need to do it on this side as well. Okay. I think with that, I'll check the Sandbox. Okay, so that segment's going to be like an hour long. I actually think I covered everything I wanted to say in that. I'm not feeling like I missed anything. I'll probably remember it when I'm eating my dinner and be like, oh my God, that was the most obvious point I missed. Gunstroke the Cybertonian. Yeah, to me, seeing real art in person is something great to see, even if it ain't as fancy as a statue. Yeah, and that's one of the sad things about all this AI art online is, I love just going through feeds and seeing other people's artwork and things of that sort. Because when I made this drawing here that I'm going to show off again, this drawing resonated with me, the image resonated with me. There's a feeling and an emotion I wanted to capture with this. And with AI, you don't get that. You don't get those emotional choices put into it. But I wanted to show the leaves on the outside, the bright sun on the outside. I wanted to show her looking through the smoke of a cigarette to see outside the window, with this kind of expression of watching a day go by. And it's a sense of pondering on life and things of that sort. Everything I made in there was a choice. And you don't get that with AI. And I love seeing artwork, and even artwork that can be considered bad. It's all in the eye of the beholder. And I love just seeing, people who do photography. I love seeing other people's pictures because, again, you frame a picture in a certain way. Or it takes a certain level of skill or a certain amount of luck. And I love looking through slides of other people's photography and stuff. Kieran Lambert saying she can't help herself but to talk about TYT? You talking about me? Because I didn't put that disclaimer enough at the beginning? The vast majority of my shows, yeah, I don't talk about TYT because it's not relevant to what I'm talking about. Yeah, I care about politics. Bad Lefty, Mr. Gregorian, while Sandy has morals, there might be a certain bad mod who might take your dark money. AJ La Fave. I think I said that right. I missed some of the hosts, but I have no regrets to walking away. Yeah. Says I give my membership fees to Sandy and said, "Aw, thank you." Ben scares me. Yeah, Ben Glebe, he's just... I cut him some slack a long time ago because he actually showed a willingness to learn on a subject, and that was specifically about trans women and women's sports. And he actually showed a willingness to be taught on that. And so I cut him some slack back then, but seeing how hateful he is when it comes to Gaza and the Palestinians and what's happening, like you can see the hatred just ooze out of him. It's disturbing. And it's disturbing that he can get a platform like TYT. And truth be told, I never thought he was funny. But then again, I don't think very many American comics are funny. It's a cultural thing. Deprogramming says, "Oh, I don't think I've seen you in the Sandbox before, so welcome." He comes from the school of 90s era attention seeking, always wanted to make TYT bigger than cable news. And I think that's part of a conversation that was going on. Sorry, I catch bits and pieces of conversation, but I try to see the context. So, Gunsmoke was saying, "Tell me about it. Ben Glebe was never cool to me ever since I say himself display his true colors." And people saying that they still like some of the hosts on TYT, but you know, when the producer and the owner are saying things like that, you can't support the network. You just can't. And I've had my opinions about what John should do because John strikes me as a really good guy. And it's scary, especially in the States, you know, jobs and healthcare and stuff, especially being a new father and whatnot. But, you know, good people need to make sacrifices if there's going to be any change. You know, good people who are currently safe have to put themselves on the line, have to put themselves in dangers, have to put themselves, you know, out there if there's going to be change. And it's a shitty situation to be in, but what's happening at TYT, you know, it needs to be addressed. So deprogramming had said he doesn't want to be balanced. He wants attention from them blowing up at each other, and it makes Jank look good. And then somebody saying, okay. Okay, I'm just getting bits and pieces of it. So does it make Jank look good though? Blowing up at Ben? Jank just looks like he's a short-fused, well, Jank just comes across as having a short fuse because he gets into yelling matches way too easy. He's very emotional. And sometimes, like I said, it can actually be cathartic to see that anger represented on screen when it comes to like the genocide in Gaza. You know, just to see somebody else vent it out the way that you're feeling it. It can be cathartic, but how useful is that in a debate when you're trying to get your point across? Because yelling can also just turn people off right away and shut people down. Like the instant they hear yelling, they don't listen anymore. So if what you're trying to do is reach people to get them to see your perspective and your point of view, yelling and screaming isn't the way to do it. That's not how you get people to your side. Because, you know, compare and contrast. You get Sam Cedar. There's a reason why he's not invited onto these shows. Because he keeps calm. He keeps collect. And he can reach people when he's on these shows. But if you have Janko on these shows, it's just, it's clickbait. Like it's clippable to show this left-winger lose his mind over a subject and blow his top and get all yelly and screamy. And that's good for clicks. And Sam is not good for clicks because he's too damn good at debating. Like deprogramming is saying, yeah, when he argues with Ben, it does because he's right in that scenario. And like I said, seeing him yell and scream at Ben is a bit cathartic because part of me wants to yell and scream at Ben. But just having Ben on there to have that conversation and treat it like it's a both sides issue when it's not, that in itself is bad. And saying, deprogram also saying, yeah, and Anna gets super angry all the time. She sent her new right alt fans after me a couple times. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like as soon as they push back, like the amount of trans people who tried to gently push back on Jank and Anna, who by merely responding to them got waves of vitriol because of the other people following her. Again, that should say something to you. But somebody was saying in the comments too that, or in the Sandbox, that trans people are learning to avoid the channel. Yeah, because it's not even that. They can't participate with it at all anymore because in the comments section, apparently it's just become a cesspool. Yeah. And they used to be like a very strong voice. I don't know if they were ever a strong voice for trans people in particular, but, you know, for just rights, human rights, I guess. And to see it go downhill like this is just, it's so disappointing. And I told Jank, you know, people in the LGBTQ plus audience, this isn't good. And the last debate he had about the birthing person trans issue was actually with me on the conversation. So, you know, maybe I was just so good I shut him up. I doubt that. It's not like I would ever want to have a debate with him again. Like, let's just say by some off chance he saw my clip and thought, okay, well, she's asking to come on here to have a nuanced conversation, and I say that I'm always about that, so let's do that. She seems to be a good faith person, so let's bring her on. Do I want that? Not really. I'm not a debater, but would I still do it? Yes. Because it's important. And if he were to reach out to me, then I would do it, because who's to say he would reach out to anyone else? But there's other people that are far better at debating that would probably be a better go-to. Well, that would also be another indication of where he is. If by some miracle he would reach out to me and say, come on the show to have a debate, you know it's because he knows I don't debate. And that should say a lot about the motive behind inviting me back on. But it's not going to happen, so And deprogramming also saying Anna seems bitter that they aren't getting bigger or mainstream. The thing is that they are. Like, they are big. Like, the only way you're going to get bigger is with Russian right-wing money. Like, that's about it. Like, as far as leftists online, they do have the biggest platform. You know, they have the biggest audience. They're bigger than some news outlets, like mainstream news outlets. The only way you're going to get better is by legit, just flat out, fully grifting. That's it. Gunstroke, the Cybertonian, or the other problematic parts, like how Cenk in truth was anti-union. AJ Lefebvre, yeah, great point. When Cenk has other awful people on to debate, he's not paying them. Hadn't considered that. Yeah, Ben Glebe got paid money to make that Rebel HQ video. And I covered it on my show way back when I'm still kind of learning how to do this. And so I didn't do the best at kind of like deconstructing it. But you can watch just 2 minutes of this 15-minute video and you feel your blood boil to a vapor. It is so bad. The amount of lies and misinformation he's sending out there. It's just so bad. And you could just feel the hatred radiate off of him. And he got paid to do that and platformed on the largest online progressive network. Bad Lefty saying, yes, Sandy, 100, absolutely. I'm not entirely sure what that was about, so I'm assuming everything. AJ Lefebvre. David Dole says the same thing about climate videos, talking about getting clicks. I'm assuming that's what that's about and how difficult that is. And yeah, he's actually done one video where he started stripping. It was a climate video. And so he had like on all these layers of shirts and stuff like that. So he just started to take off the layers and stuff to try to keep people engaged. But it is a problem. Like the important stories don't get the same clicks. They're not as sensational, even though they have the biggest impact on people because climate change is real and more attention needs to be paid on it. But sometimes the problems just seem so big that they seem insurmountable. Whereas if you have a problem like, oh, here's a gang that's taken over in a building, well, then that's an easy fix. You just get rid of the gang. And then the people live happily ever after. You know, but climate change, phew. David Moore says, Sandy, when you and Benny were pushed out of TYT, their editorial bases became clear. Then Cenk ran for president. What a joke. I just want to be a little fair. I wasn't pushed out of TYT. My Rebel HQ videos weren't doing well. So I was no longer sustainable. But if my videos had been doing well, I would have been there longer. That said, if I was still with them at the time of the birthing people discourse, I would have quit. And I think I made that clear when the fact that I did have that conversation with Cenk on the conversation. And I initiated that after only being with Rebel HQ for a month. And I challenged him right off the bat on that. So I wasn't pushed out, but I wasn't supported to stay either. I have videos on it. I got no support. I felt like I was being gaslit with what they were telling me, but I wasn't just like, okay, go away or anything like that. It's a nuanced conversation. AJ Lefebvre, can you put the refugees more at risk by demonizing Venezuelans? Yeah. Just it paints a horrible picture. Just adds to stigma and stereotypes. Crotchety, when people in Cenk and Anna's audience stop criticizing them, will they think they still have a progressive audience? Grand Theft Autobot, there he is, claiming someone called him a Nazi again, just like he did with Lance of the Serfs. And I mentioned this in other videos that I did about this, where, you know, just the slightest bit of pushback and suddenly he's yelling and calling some random person on Twitter names. But the slightest bit of pushback towards him and he'll call them names, he'll accuse them of calling him names, but then say or try to use the excuse like, if somebody's going to punch me in the face, I'm going to punch back. You can't keep on punching me without expecting it. And yet he's often the first person launching those punches. He just can't seem to take them all that well. Bad Lefty, Lance is a certified card-carrying Canadian sweetheart. Hello, Soul Life. Surprised to see me live on a Saturday. Yeah, I felt I had the energy and the bug to do it, and there was a lot of good stories to cover, so I managed. And it's only been just over 4 hours. No, it hasn't quite been 4 hours yet. I started at... Oh, okay. No, it's been longer. I started at 4:30. Might get to that 5 hour if I don't shut up soon. And then Looney Tunes would really be disappointed, wouldn't he? Grand Theft Autobot, we also all live in igloos and drink beer and say A all the time. A? A. Yeah, they know the poo people have millions of dollars hiding between their mattresses and box springs. It's rather common. Probably meant to say poor. Yeah. So, like, remember Anna also said Chilean crime mobs at Walgreens was why police and bail reform is bad. TYT is leaning immigration, like the homeless and crime police. I didn't know that she was saying Chilean crime mobs. I remember her saying like crime networks or mobs or something was responsible for the crime, which turns out it wasn't. Didn't take it back though, did she? Bad Lefty, if I can afford to fly to the USA, I ain't doing home invasions. Yeah. Like, I have the best incentive right now to fly to the United States because Majority Report mentioned they're going to be doing a live show. I can't afford to go. Because my situation has drastically changed financially since their last live show. So I won't be able to go, and I'm very disappointed about it. And I'm going to contact them and ask them very politely to live stream it that night, because on election night, I kind of want to be with good company. I want to be feeling it with them, whatever happens. So I very politely asked them to live stream it so that I can see it live with them, because there's no way I can afford to fly out. And in November, like it's early November, like I would much prefer to drive. I vastly prefer to drive. But if there's the risk of like ice and snow, no. Like snow I can handle, but if there's a risk of like ice on the roads, I freak out, like completely freak out. So then, November, it's hit or miss. Like climate change, you never know when you're going to get random storms. Because the last time they had a live stream, I almost drove out, and it would have been January, but then they had to bump it because of COVID. And thank God they did, because the weekend that the live stream was originally scheduled, on my way back home, I would have hit a snowstorm that was so bad it shut down the highways in Canada. So I would have to fly out, and I don't know how to get a plane ticket. That's too much for me. Hotel, it's way out of my price range. And then even if I could afford it, it's election night in the United States, and I'm a foreigner. It's one of the, like, you don't want to think worst case scenarios, but if the border were to shut down for whatever reason, if I have to travel through, right-wing mobs because Trump calls them to arms, and I'm far away from home and safe, and then even if, let's say, somebody offered me safe harbor should anything go wrong, there's still one last thing that would prevent me from going, and that is Frodo. He needs daily medication, and I'm the only one that can give it to him. Like, he can go a couple days without it and still be fine, but, yeah. I'm homebound with that cat till the end of his days. And for him, it's worth it. That cat is the world to me. For those of you who are in the Sandbox and don't know, this is my cat Frodo. He's 17 and he has kidney issues, so he has to be on medication that's almost daily. It's an anti-nausea medication, which actually gets him to eat. And last fall, he almost died. And I've never seen a cat his age before recover so well. Because he's not just doing okay, he's doing well. He put back on some weight. He plays with his brothers. He's a super cuddler and stuff, but I have to keep him separated at night so he actually gets a chance to eat his food, because I have another little orange kitty who is a monster when it comes to wet food in particular. And so Frodo would never be able to get to eat his food because he tends to graze. So I have to keep him separated at night in the bedroom with me, and then we get our cuddles. He loves to cuddle at night. It's the sweetest thing ever. But any help with his ongoing vet bills would be greatly appreciated. And there are 2 ways people can help. There's a PayPal link in the description box below, or if you're Canadian, an e-transfer to SandeeLovas@gmail.com. And all the money I get from those basically goes specifically towards vet bills. But as long as this cat is in my life, I'm homebound. So part of me kind of hopes I'm homebound for the rest of my life. Ah, it jumped. Okay. Dave Moore, wait, what? Crime tourism? A mini purge? Oh, I'm sure that's as real as the never-ending caravans or post-birth abortions. Classic Far Side cartoon adding a last panel. Welcome to heaven, here's your harp. Welcome to hell, here's your accordion. Welcome to Texas, here's your gun. I can't believe that she actually believes this. And then like, here I am, like, here's a Canadian commentator on this, and it's like, wouldn't it be egg on my face if it turns out to be absolutely true? But then that just goes to how absurd the whole thing is. It's like, no, that crime is way too bad. It couldn't possibly be true. What do you mean it's true? What? David Mort saying, I was cooking while watching, listening. Thanks for pointing out the faults in TYT left media. And thanks for sharing your artwork. Well, thanks for tuning in and being active in the sandbox. Because being active in chat, I believe it helps in the algorithm too. Just showing engagement type thing. So like Venezuelan crime mobs on short-term visas are raiding LA homes. Ah! Grand Theft Autobot and Jank seems to be constantly strawmanning everyone else he deems will not agree with him. Let's see. Oops. I just heard Frodo meow. And David Moore saying, "Oh, Frodo, I have to take one of my cats to the vet last week, so I'm also broke ass." Yeah. Frodo, come on. Oh, he came into the room, and I want to hold him up with this shirt on because they match. Frodo, baby, come on, come here. He's a black and white cat, and I'm wearing a black and white shirt, so he has the majority look on him. Okay, well, I think I am going to end before this is a 5-hour live stream. I've ended this short towards one before when it was almost 5 hours. Wasn't planning on it being this long, but you know, there's important news to cover. Oh, well, we don't get a Frodo, but we get an Abernathy. Come on now. This is my Bengal mix. Oh, and he's just like a year and a bit old, and he is just a huge kitty. Yes, you are a huge kitty. And I adopted him just over a year ago, like a year and a couple weeks ago. And I did not know he was a Bengal mix when I adopted him. I thought he was just a very pretty tabby. But let's see, can we see under your neck here? Can we see under you? Just look at that pattern. Look at that beautiful color there. Down you go. Come on, down you go. That cat was a pain in my ass too. Chewing through cords, like total brat behavior. Kittens are cute, but do not adopt kittens. Especially if you're a first-time cat owner. Do not adopt kittens. They're hellions. Okay, so let's do this. So if you can, please become a patron. Link in the description box below. That's the best way to help my channel on an ongoing basis, but only if you can. And thank you so much to the people who have signed up to be a patron. It means the world to me. I have 2 Blue Sky and 2 Twitter accounts, so please be sure to follow both of them. The SandeeLovas was the ones that I started with, but then when I went to look into some things, I found that the LeftoftheBox handle was then available on Twitter. When I first signed up, it wasn't. And so I want to move, like, get my channel content over to the LeftoftheBox. I still don't even have 100 followers on Twitter with it. So please sign up for both so that I can get that done. And oh yeah, I also have LeftoftheBox.com now. Because back when I first got the domain name, I got LeftoftheBox.ca, but .com was not available. So since I was able to get Left of the Box Twitter, I'm like, I should check in on the domain names, and LeftoftheBox.com was available. So now I own that web domain, and eventually we'll make a web page. And yeah, you can check out my art at SandeeLovas.com. And I also have a few videos under video clips. I'm trying to get over 100 views. Please just do courtesy watches, which means click, mute, and watch something else. They're pretty short too, so it shouldn't be that difficult. Just to bump them over that 100 view mark, to keep things kind of showing stable and whatnot, and helping the algorithms, and, share, like, retweet, comment. I glance over comments, but if I get bombarded with comments, I don't tend to look at them, but I will sometimes occasionally glance through them to see if I can see people's names that I recognize, but I get overwhelmed with them a lot of the time. But commenting on videos does help in the algorithm. Again, it shows engagements. Yes, Bad Lefty, use your tabs. You can watch it, you can click on it in a different tab and then watch it, like mute it, watch something else. You don't even have to pay attention to them, just to help get them over that 100 views. And thank you to the mods for keeping the sandbox clean. And also, I have an Amazon wish list in the description box below, so that if you have just a little extra cash and can help out, anything on that list will help out. Some of them look like little kitschy, fidget toys, which I appreciate a lot. Some of them are things for my studio, my artwork, anything on there would make me smile. So please check that out. And I think that is all. One last time, though, I'm going to show my artwork. And that is all pencil right there. It's hard to get a good feel for it with the lights and stuff because of how reflective graphite is. Will it focus? Will it focus? Maybe not. Okay. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.